On Monday night, 7 runs were more than enough for Game 1 winner Matt Latos. Game 2 featured a night full of stars: Homer Bailey, Billy Hamilton, and Aroldis Chapman. Tonight it's Bronson Arroyo's turn to make it 3 straight wins over the Cardinals. Another absolutely beautiful weather night in downtown Cincinnati. The Reds and the Cardinals, right here on Fox Sports Ohio, is presented tonight by Kia. Once more, we check in on the National League Central Division standings. We're down to the final 3 weeks of the year. Reds a game and a half behind St. Louis for second, 3.5 behind the Pirates for the division lead. And hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball. Is the tide beginning to turn? The Reds had such a terrible time with St. Louis this year, and now all of a sudden, Chris, 3 wins in a row.
Well, 3 wins in a row, including 2 on this very important 4-game homestand. What have the Reds and the Cardinals done in the first 14 games? Well, the Reds are a measly 4-10 against the Reds, but they've really turned it around the last 3. The runs per game, you see the big difference, and of course the Cardinals runs per game, that's the biggest thing. That's 0.7 runs per game over the last 3. That shows you that Reds pitching is no longer afraid of Cardinal hitting, and they're getting the job done.
All right, so let's take a look with that in mind to the pitching matchup here tonight. The veteran Bronson Arroyo against a hard-throwing youngster Shelby Miller.
Well, Bronson Arroyo has faced this Cardinal team more than any other team he's ever faced. At overall 27 starts against the Cardinals. You see overall the earned run average this is for him this year, 13-10 record and a good earned run average. Quite frankly, they're not getting Bronson Arroyo a whole lot of run support. Shelby Miller, hard-throwing right-hander. I mean, he likes to pitch up in the zone. He's a 2-pitch pitcher with a fastball and a curveball. He came in here before and got 13 runs in his support, and that's where he got the 1 win against the Reds, and we'll see what he's got tonight. Bronson Arroyo is ready against the Cardinals this year. 4 starts, 0-3 record. You can kind of throw some of that out there. Some of those were earlier in the year, but 2 of the 4 he's had quality starts, and the Reds are depending on him to do that tonight.
Yeah, it was the one game his last time against him where he gave up 7 runs in a very short outing that inflated that ERA. As Chris mentioned, his first one of the year, not bad. The next 2, very good. That's what they're looking for here tonight. And when we return, how about the change in Brandon Phillips' game since being moved from the 4 spot to the number 2 hole? We'll dive inside the numbers when we return.
of the Cincinnati Reds. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Blessed with beautiful weather again today. What about tonight? Our weather brought to you by Tri-State Orthopedics. Here's our buddy Tim Hedrick.
Looks like a nice night for a ball game. First pitch 74, halfway home 72, heading for home 69 degrees. Another beautiful night at the ballpark. I was in St. Louis late last night. Enjoy the game on Fox Sports Ohio. Woo! Reds come.
That's good stuff. Good stuff from Brandon Phillips, too, Chris, in that number 2 hole.
Well, you're not kidding. It seems like ever since Dusty Baker decided to move Brandon, a very versatile style hitter, from that number 4 slot to the 2 slot. Look what he's done. It happened on August 28th, so he hadn't had all that many games there, but he's made the most of it. 7 runs, on base percentage up around .430, on base percentage up around .430. How about that for Brandon Phillips? And he's getting the job done right in front of Joey Votto.
Trying to get it done tonight against the youngster Shelby Miller. Bronson Arroyo in search of win number 14 on the year. First pitch from Great American Ballpark coming up next. Ford F-Series trucks, the best-selling truck in America, 36 straight years by Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Book your stay at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili, feeling good. It's Skyline time. Reds have taken the field in preparation of Game 3, hosting the Cardinals. Reds have come away winners each of the first 2 nights. Let's take a look at Mike Matheny's starting lineup. Matt Carpenter again at third base. Beltran in right, Holiday in left. Alec Craig, the cleanup hitter. Yadier Molina catching, John Jay in center. Descalzo, the shortstop. Again, Colton Wong, the start at second. And Shelby Miller, 12-9, is on the mound. 13-10, the numbers for Bronson Arroyo.
Now, those are his personal record numbers. The Reds have won 16 games when he's taken the mound in his 27 starts. He's got a couple of complete games, Arroyo does. And one thing Arroyo has done very well this year is keep the ball in the strike zone. And he just simply doesn't walk very many batters. He's one of the best in the league in that department.
So here we go, showing bunt on the first pitch is Carpenter. It's a strike, and we're underway. Now, Arroyo on the mound. The last 5 times he has started against the Cardinals, the Reds have lost the game in his defense or lack thereof. The offense has scored a grand total of 11 runs in those 5 starts. So hoping to get a little bit more support behind Arroyo here tonight, who prior to his last start against St. Louis, when he only lasted 3 2/3 innings and gave up those 7 runs. The 6 starts against St. Louis prior to that, the ERA right where it is on this season at 3.6. 2-1 to Carpenter, a .313 batter, 10 home runs, 67 runs batted in. Carpenter had the only 2 Cardinal hits in a game last night. There you see home and road, Arroyo a full run better on the ERA here at hitter friendly Great American Ballpark.
You know, we say it every time that Arroyo pitches that he's got about 15 different pitches. He'll only use about 12 on any given night. He's already used tonight a very unusual and new pitch for him.
Banged into right field. That'll be a base hit for Matt Carpenter.
The pitch I'm referring to is a sidearm changeup. You knew it was a matter of time with Arroyo dropping his arm angle, you know, to throw curveballs, to throw fastballs, to throw cutters. It was a matter of time before he threw a sidearm changeup. He might be the only pitcher I've ever seen in big league baseball that has the guts to throw a sidearm changeup at 75 miles an hour to a big league hitter. And he threw it for a strike to Matt Carpenter.
Carpenter, you may remember, led off the game last night with a base hit against Homer Bailey. Then this man, Carlos Beltran, walked. And then seemingly everything came together in a flash after that for Bailey, and this is a double play. Take a look at the Reds defensively. Presented by your Ford dealers. Tonight, Chris Heisey getting the start rather than Ryan Ludwig out in left field. And once more, it is Ryan Hannigan, as always, working with Bronson Arroyo. Matt Holliday, a .284 batter, 18 home runs, 74 runs batted in. First pitch swinging, he's down a strike.
Kind of interesting last night. If you really paid attention to the ball game, of course, you realize easily that Homer Bailey had lights out stuff. But what he did with Holliday was pitch him away, away, away. And here's the first pitch for Bronson Arroyo, trying to challenge him with a high fastball like that.
Then going away.
You know, if you're trying to have 2 pitchers with completely different approaches go back to back in your rotation, Dusty Baker couldn't pick 2 better examples of opposed pitchers than Homer Bailey and Bronson Arroyo.
Fly ball to left field. A good start for Bronson. Reds coming up against Shelby Miller to bat for the first time tonight. As follows. Chu, Phillips, Votto at the start. Bruce, Heisey, and Frazier in the middle. Cozart, Hannigan, Arroyo at the bottom. And they're getting a look at Shelby Miller, who has the 4th highest strikeout rate in the National League, behind only Harvey, Fernandez, and Strasburg.
Well, you just wonder where the Cardinals are getting all these arms. I mean, we saw Kevin Segras last night. Michael Wacha, 22 years old, right out of college last year. Shelby Miller, he's a rookie also. 12-9 record overall. A good earned run average, making a start where he's already got 11 quality starts on the year. Shelby Miller does, and 27th start of the season coming up right now. A guy that is essentially a 2-pitch pitcher. He throws a fastball and a curveball. He'll throw occasionally a changeup, but not very often.
Miller is coming off his worst start of the season. That was in Pittsburgh over the weekend. St. Louis lost that game 5-0. Miller lasted only 4 1/3 innings. He gave up 8 hits and 3 walks, 11 base runners, and 5 of them scored. 0-1 to Shin-Soo Choo at 285, 19 home runs, and 46 runs batted in. He walked 3 times in the game last night. 0 for 1. 2-0. And we saw Choo more than any other batter in that Reds lineup. It didn't matter what pitcher he was facing in the game. He made that pitcher work, extended at bats. Two and 1. Tim Timmons, a home plate umpire. Laz Diaz at first. Mark Wegner at second. Corey Blazer down at third. Pirates are going for the 3-game sweep in Milwaukee tonight. That game starts in a little less than an hour. Pirates assured themselves of at least a .500 season with their win last night. First time since 1992. The longest such streak in the history of Major League Baseball. 20 straight years without a winning season. Three and 2 on Choo. Of course, the Reds will see plenty of the Pirates. Once they get through this 10-game homestand, they embark on their final trip of the year. One of those stops in Pittsburgh, then the final 3 of the season against the Pirates that final weekend of the year. Still 3 and 2 on Choo. 7-pitch at bat. Ball 4. How about that?
He'll work him.
He'll do it. St. Louis defensively presented by your Ford dealers. Holiday, Jay, Beltran in the outfield. Again, Carpenter at third with Wong at second. We brought up last night that Yadier Molina has been playing through an injured left wrist. You may recall 2 nights ago he left the game early in the game as it flared up on him. So now Brandon, 267 the batting average, 17 home runs, 99 batted in, and that one blistered down the left field line. Choo on his way to third, and Brandon on his way to second, and the Reds have it rolling from the get-go.
Brandon jumps on the first pitch he sees. It was meant to be a cut fastball, but it just hung right on the inner third, and Brandon rips it right by the third baseman Carpenter down the left field line. Boy, he is
right at you,
something else. I mean, ever since being moved to that second spot in the lineup, this guy has all of a sudden come alive, playing superhero.
Well, now Joey Votto, runners at second and third, and nobody out. Reds trying to jump on Shelby Miller here in the first, and it's a strike on the inside corner at 95 miles per hour to Votto. 21 home runs, a .306 batter. He's been quite quiet lately. 64 runs batted in. Carpenter on the edge of the grass over at third. A bonus strike on Votto. Craig about a step behind the bag at first. And the middle infield conceding the run. Big chance here for the Reds in the opening inning against Miller. And Votto behind it, 1 ball and 2 strikes. That ball got a piece of Molina. Umpire asking if he's all right. Just nods his head. Even if he wasn't, he'd have nodded yes.
He's checking it out, though. That's the wrist in the hand that has been bothering him for a long time. And that's a common spot for catchers to have a bad problem. That's a spot that Ryan Hannigan on the disabled list for. And it's one of those injuries that seems to linger all year long. Take another look at the pitch that went off of Molina's glove. You see how it just gets him in kind of an odd place, turns his wrist a little bit. If you've already got a sore wrist, that doesn't do it any good. And he's got a sore wrist. You can tell why he's got that little wrap around it.
2-2 on Votto. 2 on and nobody out. 1 out in the inning.
Little cutter got in on him that time. He doesn't throw a lot of those. In fact, coming into this ball game, he's averaged only about 2% cutters per game, which is about 2 cutters per game. He's already thrown 1 to Brandon Phillips, which is ripped for a double, and this one gets right in on Joey Votto.
So now Jay Bruce's turn. Still Chew at third base. Phillips at second base. 1 out in the inning. Jay with 26 home runs and 88 runs batted in. He has been one guy in this Reds lineup who has brought his A game against the Cardinals this season. Two and 0. Of course, with the base open and as lethal a bat as Bruce carries with him to the plate. Look at those numbers against St. Louis. 13 batted in the 17 games they played. You wonder how much he'll get to hit. Already with a 2-0 count. Nowhere near the strike zone. Molina was set up 6 inches off the outside corner. The old unintentional intentional pass to Bruce loads him up. And here comes Heisey with the bases loaded. Chris at 247, 9 home runs, 21 runs batted in. Heisey with 7 at bats this season with the bases loaded has 1 hit and 1 run batted in. And he began with a walk to Shin-Soo Choo. He went to third on a double by Brandon Phillips after a Votto strikeout. Bruce draws a walk. And now it's Heisey with one out behind 0-2. And this will not bring in the run. It'll be the second out of the inning.
And an important at bat right there. Bases loaded and one out. Dusty Baker seeing the chances for a big inning beginning to go away. Let's take a look at this at bat, pitch by pitch, brought to you by Mazda. A little cutter first, and then he goes upstairs with a fastball. That's where Shelby Miller likes to live, with that high heat. And he comes right back in the kitchen of Chris Heisey again and gets an infield fly rule pop up.
So now the Reds are looking for that 2-out hit if they're going to score here in the first inning. After second and third and nobody out, they're loaded with 2 men out, and Frazier the batter. Broken bat, shallow center field, and the inning is over. The Reds leave them loaded. We go to the second, no score. They're not worried about the shortstop position anymore. You can get a look at the revamped linebackers for the Bengals this upcoming year and meet the newest member of the Fox Sports Ohio girls. All that and more at foxsportsohio.com. Top of the second inning, no score. Reds leave them loaded in the bottom of the first inning, and now it's Alan Craig. He fouls it away. Strike one facing Bronson Arroyo. Craig, the leading run producer for these Cardinals, 97 runs batted in. Carries a .314 average, 13 home runs. Good location on that fastball in the inside corner to get ahead 0-2.
You know, I began to look up some of the lifetime numbers on Bronson Arroyo today. Not talking about all the number of starts he's had, nearing 350 in his career, but really the velocity that he has had from the time that he broke into the major leagues as a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates until now. And his velocity has not really varied all that much. He's always been a guy that has averaged around 88 to 89 miles per hour on a fastball, as he's done this year. But what we have seen is him change his repertoire to really adapt to the hitters who are adapting to him, trying to stay one step ahead.
Strike three call. Drop down, paints the inside corner with a fastball. First strikeout tonight by Arroyo.
And that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Years ago, Arroyo would throw an overhand fastball, an overhand curveball, and the only time he'd drop down, he'd throw a curveball. But now when he drops down, and that's what I mean by sidearm right there, just about parallel with his shoulder, and even with the parallel with the ground when he throws that pitch, has great running action back into the right-handed hitter.
Javier Molina heading the count 1-0. Slow breaking ball, and he pops it up down the right field line, and Bruce runs out of room.
You know, hitters are taught to look for the release point from a pitcher. You know, so you're always looking at that spot up there where it's coming from. If you get a guy from the same arm slot all the time, you know where to look. From Arroyo, you're not really sure where to look. But that's only half the story.
Easier try this time for Bruce. 2 out.
The other half for Arroyo is pinpoint control from every arm angle.
Tonight's Ohio Lottery Powerball jackpot worth $169 million, and a drawing comes your way tonight at 11 o'clock. Two batters, 2 outs, and now John Jay. .266 batting average, 7 home runs, 59 runs batted in for Jay. Strike one. Jay 0 for 2, hit by a pitch last night. Went 0 for 3 with a sacrifice bunt in the series opener. Bronson a strike away from a perfect inning, and it's low. Only the 5th pitch he has thrown of the first 19 that did not greet the strike zone. There, strike 3 to end the inning. Oh, man. 1, 2, 3 go the Cardinals. No score after an inning and a half. ball game. We'll have our Miller Time moment brought to you by Miller Lite. And we remind you, as always, if a Red were to hit that Toyota sign tonight with a home run, Doug Newell from Hidden Valley, Ohio, will win this beautiful new Tundra on display every day at Great American Ballpark. Register for your chance to win in an upcoming game by visiting your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. Cozart, a base hit to begin the Reds' second inning. My oh my, has he been swinging a lethal bat.
Cozart's in one of those grooves right now that when he hits the ball hard, it's a base hit, and when he hits the ball soft, it's a base hit. This is just really a ground ball that happens to find that hole between third and short, but when you're going good, you've got to eat those up.
Ryan Hannigan, the number 8 hole hitter at .212, 2 home runs, 20 runs batted in. First pitch lifted down the right field line and out of play. Fastball from Shelby Miller up and away. Miller walked 2 batters in the first inning, allowed a double. Reds had second and third, none out, had the bases loaded, 1 out, and Miller got out of the inning unscathed. Cozart has began this second inning with a base hit, and now 1-1 to Ryan Hannigan. And again off to the first base side, not a play. Miller in front, 1-2. Miller like Homer Bailey, Miller like Michael Wacha, last night's starter. A native Texan, Brownwood, Texas High School. Graduated in 2009.
He's had a great run of it at home in St. Louis. 7-3 earned run average, under 2. Not nearly as effective on the road.
And that one into right field, a base hit by Hannigan. So like the first inning, the Reds put the first 2 on here in the second inning, and now it's up to Bronson Arroyo, who has 12 sacrifices on the year, to try and add to that total.
Well, it sure seemed like Hannigan was going to hit that ball to right field one way or another. He lofted 2 foul balls down that way before he got one low enough that he could level on. Or maybe in the case of Ryan Hannigan, high enough that he could put a level swing on. Arroyo just trying to get that ball down the third base line.
Pulls the bat away, takes strike 1. Those 12 sacrifices by Arroyo are the most in the National League.
Well, the dynamic of this play is the fact that you've got a fairly speedy runner at second base. No catcher running out there with Cozart. But all you've really got to do is get that ball down the third base line to make the third baseman field it.
That'll be good enough. Well done by Bronson Arroyo.
Well, those are the little things right there that when you do that, you help yourself so much. He was trying to go down the third base line, but because he forced the pitcher to field it, and it was deadened enough that the ball didn't go right back to him too hard. He's able to get the bunt down. Isn't it amazing when you see that phantom cam and the contact of the ball hitting the bat, how much that ball actually reacts? I mean, it almost looks like it gets knocked out of the hitter's hands.
Now Chu, runners at second and third, and he's down strike one on a fastball up and in. Chu walked, was stranded at third in the opening inning. The second golden opportunity in a row for the Reds against Shelby Miller. Can they cash in this second go round?
Chu hit a ball last night off of Michael Walker, a slow curveball that he just bombed to deep right center field. It was eventually flagged down by the center fielder. I asked him, I said, how'd that feel? He said, I hit that as well as I could possibly hit a ball, and it didn't go out. He said it was a kind of ball that you hit, and when you hit it and the bat meets the ball, I didn't feel anything in my hands. It felt so good. I knew when I looked up it was going to be out of here, and he was in disbelief when it was flagged down right near the wall. So the ball really not carrying as much as it has a reputation for here at Great American Ballpark here as the weather's kind of warmed up.
3 balls and a strike now on Shin-Soo Choo.
Hey, you got to figure Shelby Miller. You pitch out of a bases loaded jam the first inning. Now you're facing the bottom of the order. You're thinking, all right, I'm going to have a 1-2-3 inning, or at least an easy inning. First 2 guys reach base hits. They butt him over. He's looking in the on deck circle, seeing Brandon Phillips. He's going to throw a strike here.
Hard hit ball, and it'll bring in a run. So Chu able to get the job done, even on a ground out. And the Reds have a 1-0 lead. Cozart scores. Hannigan on to third base. 2 out in the inning. Brandon swung at the first pitch he saw from Miller an inning ago and doubled up the left field line. One more of those and he's sitting on an even 100 runs batted in on the season. All the way to the screen. Here comes Hannigan. 2-0 Reds in front. Take it any way you can get it.
Oh, when is the last time you've seen that happen? With Yadier Molina behind the plate. It's going to be a wild pitch because it was way in the left-sided batter's box right there. And if Molina can't flag it down, it is a wild pitch.
Straight up in the air and playable. Foul ground for Allen Craig, but the Reds break through after missing the chance in the first. They get 2 in inning number 2.
the weather cooling down and at the end of September and going into October and playing in playoff baseball, you know, and we know we're going to have a shot for at least that extra game, you know, but you know, there's nothing guaranteed. It'd be a lot nicer to win the division. We know we've got, you know, a few games left with these guys, and we've got a handful left with the Pirates, which is all going to dictate, you know, where the season ends.
So our game storyline brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Bronson Arroyo's been down this road before. He's been on some poor Reds teams. In more recent years, some very good Reds teams. And he knows there's plenty of games left with not only these Cardinals, 2 including tonight, but then 6 over the final 9 games of the year against the division leading Pirates. Phillips will throw out Descalzo, who is busting it up the line. Now Colton Wong, the second baseman, first pitch swinging and drops it foul off out of play and broke his bat in the process.
Well, Wong showed a little good defense last night by covering a lot of ground and going up the middle, making a very good play. Runs well, gets down the line very quickly. A guy that has stolen 41 bases in the last 2 years in the minor leagues. Was only thrown out once this season.
Votto will wave off Arroyo. 2 out. Huge weekend begins on Friday as the Reds will honor the Hall of Famer Joe Morgan. Saturday, don't miss the unveiling of a new Joe Morgan statue and all the pregame ceremonies, including appearances by each one of the great 8. The first 20,000 fans on Saturday get a Joe Morgan t-shirt thanks to Rawlings. Tickets are available, but get on the horn right now to make sure you're here for what's going to be a great Friday night and Saturday afternoon honoring Joe Morgan. Weather's supposed to be sensational. So I invite you to come on down to Great American Ballpark. Miller only has 4 hits all year, but he's made the most of the 4. He has a home run, a double, and a couple of runs batted in. 2-2. Miller's had the best at bat against Arroyo since the first batter of the game. Matt Carpenter had a base hit. He has quickly extinguished everybody else, and he delivers strike 3 on the inside corner. Back-to-back perfect innings for Arroyo. Reds with a 2-0 lead.
Billy, your role is going to be to late in the game, getting runs, get a second base, get a runs for us late innings. So when he came and told me if Luck would get a hit, you'd be on base, my heart started racing a little bit. I got excited, and so I knew my job was to get to second base, and got great hitters behind me that knew he could be able to drive me in, and Todd didn't get the bunt down, but he got the big hit, so that was even better. So, that was good for me to get to second base at that point.
Billy Hamilton bringing the heat white hot on the bases, appearing in his first major league game. It was just an unforgettable moment. I think anybody who was here, from any of you perhaps watching the game here on Fox Sports Ohio, Billy Hamilton coming into the game. I love Dusty Baker's quote after the game. I didn't put him in there to paint. I put him in there to do one thing, and that was to take off running no matter who is behind the plate, and we know who's back there, the best in all the business in Molina. And even Molina's reaction was a classy one, if you will, as if to acknowledge that that is the first of what figures to be many, many, many more encounters with Billy Hamilton on the bases. Votto one hopper to the second baseman, and that's the way the bottom of the third begins, with the Reds in front 2-0. Cheer on the Reds September 9th through the 11th. That's next Monday, Tuesday night, Wednesday afternoon. They'll take on the Cubbies. And you can take advantage of the Reds 4 for $48 offer presented by Buffalo Wild Wings. You get the 4 view level tickets for $48 and 4 vouchers, each good for a free B-Dubs sampler platter of the nachos, the onion rings, mozzarella sticks, boneless wings. Next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday against the Cubs. Bruce swings and fouls it out of play just to our left. 2 balls and a strike to Jay Bruce.
You know, if you're handicapping the National League Central Division, one of the things you have to take into consideration, despite the fact that the Cardinals have been so good with runners in scoring position, have been there before 2 of the last 3 years, so on and so forth, but is the fact that their starting pitching is so young that they've never been down the stretch like this before. I mean, you're looking at Shelby Miller, 22 years old. The day after the Cardinals started, another 22-year-old. Right now in their rotation, the best pitcher, you may argue, is Joe Kelly. He's just turned 25. So these guys really haven't been down to the block to find out what it's like to pitch near the playoffs or really in the playoffs all that much. Certainly can't knock their talent, because they've got more arms in them in one organization we've seen in a long time. But you wonder if that lack of experience is going to be exposed.
That ball driven hard into deep left center field, but Jay will have room at the track. 2 out.
Fastball all the way, got under it just a hair. I think Mr. Chu was right. The ball's simply not jumping here like we've seen it from time to time throughout the last few years.
Heisey had a chance in the first inning with the bases loaded and 1 out, and Miller fed him a steady diet of fastballs high and tight, eventually getting Heisey to pop up to the first baseman Alan Craig. Go down and away with a 94-mile-per-hour fastball this time to get ahead at 1-2. Boy, some good-looking rookie pitchers in this National League this season. We know all about Jose Fernandez. What an unbelievable year he's having for the Marlins. Ryu will see him over the weekend. Miller. And that does not include Matt Harvey on that list, and he was a starter. I guess technically he is not a starter, or not a rookie any longer. That was a pop-up into center field, and the inning is over. 1, 2, 3 go the Reds. They're in front 2-0.
For the St. Louis Cardinals as we get ready for the top of the 4th inning. Pregame today, the first pitch thrown out by Columbus Blue Jacket defenseman Jack Johnson, and actually a good throw to Billy Hamilton. So Jack joins me now, and from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and you're playing in Columbus, and you threw a nice strike there. You ever played baseball before?
I played a little bit when I was younger, but I just had to have a lot of confidence going out there. And I knew if I got it over the plate, a major league pitcher is going to catch whatever junk I throw at him.
How does an Ann Arbor guy end up in Columbus?
You know, I view it as I'm lucky because I absolutely love it there. They've treated me well, and it's become a second home.
Jack, one of the top defensemen in the league, were the A last year for the Blue Jackets, and you guys ended the season on a great run. How does that momentum carry over as you guys get set for training camp? It's now just a couple of days away on the 11th.
Yeah, I know. We've been getting anxious, and now that it's only a week away. This week's going to seem like it takes forever to get going, but you know, we got a lot of confidence from last year. It's one thing to believe that you can do it. It's another thing to prove that you can do it, and we did that last year, so you know, we're pretty excited to get going here.
For the defense, it helps having the guy in the pipes there that was only the top goalie in the league last year, Vezina winner, right?
That's right. Yeah, I mean, every great team has great goaltending in common, and we've got the best one in the league.
Final question for you. The Blue Jackets are moving to the Eastern Conference. What does that do for you guys this year?
You know, it's exciting for us and exciting for the fans. I've spent my whole career in the West, so seeing new faces and new teams is great. The guys that have played in the East have raved about the travel. It's much better than the West, but you know, I think it'll be great for the fans to see some new teams and some exciting hockey.
Well, good luck this season.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
You look good in that hat, too.
I know.
Jack, take it easy. Guys, back upstairs to you.
All right, we wish him good luck. Camp getting underway in a week from now. Jeff McCorrow, thank you very much.
That's a quick off season.
You're not lying. And right around the corner from Revin right back up, Fox Sports Ohio, the home of Columbus Blue Jackets hockey. Man, this Carpenter, this guy can hit. Yeah, there were only 2 hits last night, and he is the only guy that has reached base against Arroyo. 2 for 2 tonight.
And he battled off a couple of pretty tough pitches, and that in itself, the one that he takes to left field there, pretty tough pitch. I said it last night, worth repeating. He kind of reminds me of Chu because he keeps it so simple at the plate.
Boy, how about that note, that batting average? The highest two-strike batting average of all players in the league. And that's over the last 2 seasons. Finally getting a chance to play regularly this year. He got playing time last year due to a number of injuries in and around the Cardinal team. You may remember they had Lance Berkman go down. They had Freeze missed time, so Carpenter played some first, played some third. And then they decided he was going to be the guy to be their regular second baseman during the offseason. And he worked tirelessly, from what we're told, to become a middle infielder. Back up through the middle. Who's going to get to the bag? Nobody. That one is under the glove of Brandon Phillips and into center field. That ball was not struck very well, but somehow found a way to get into center. And now the Cardinals have him on the corners with nobody out.
I thought it was going to be the second consecutive ground ball double play out for Carlos Beltran. That's what he did in the first inning. First pitch he saw went right to Zach Cozart. Here, looks like Arroyo short arms that ball, thinking, hey, I'm not even going to risk deflecting this ball because I think I've got somebody back there. Unfortunately, nobody able to get to that little grounder, and a seeing eye base hit gets it going now for the Cardinals.
Matt Holliday, runners at first and third, and it's in the air, center field. Chu preparing himself for the throw. Here comes Carpenter. Here comes a throw. It is cut off, but it's too high for Votto to handle. So the run scores, and the runner at first base gets into scoring position. A 2-1 game. I think Votto is saying that he wants to have this play perhaps appealed at first base. Maybe not.
Well, that's one of those plays where if you really don't think you have a legitimate shot of throwing the runner out, why not just bring it back into the first cutoff man to make sure that you keep the double play in order? Here, Chu kind of almost tries to fake him out right here. He's got a very strong arm, but even with a strong arm, you're not going to throw that guy out. And as soon as that trajectory of the ball was read by the runner, Beltran goes right into second base.
Tying one at second, one out for Alan Craig. That's a pitch that Arroyo struck out Craig in his only at bat in the second inning. A fastball in the inside corner.
You know, worth taking a look at one more look at that fly ball to center field, the sacrifice fly. If you'll notice at first base, here's Votto right here. Well, there's nobody covering first base. So when the catch is made and the throw starts coming back in, Beltran can go all the way wherever he wants because there's nobody at first base. So even if Votto catches this ball on the line at his waist, Beltran can simply run back and go to first base. So he can cheat as far as he possibly can to where he can't be run down by Votto. And that's the reason it looks so easy for the Cardinals to get the second on that play. And no one is supposed to cover first base because you don't have anybody around.
One ball and one strike on Alan Craig. That is only the third run the Cardinals have scored in the last 3 games and nearly 4 innings against the Reds after scoring 10 runs or more 4 times in the first 14 games they played against one another.
You know, doesn't it seem like Alan Craig is inviting you to pitch him inside? If you watch his hands right before he gets kind of in that little set position where he's ready to hit, he drops his hands almost into the strike zone. Talk about just in a moment now. He points at the pitcher, and then this right over there says, come on, bring it right in there.
Nice play by Votto. And then a very sloppy throw, and this will tie the game. Craig is injured at first base. They're going to throw and maybe tag him out depending on the umpire's judgment. He is out, but more importantly for the Cardinals, their leading RBI man, who's just knocked in his 98th run of the season, is hurt.
He's pointing down at his left foot. I'm wondering if maybe he hit the bag funny because he was trying to avoid Bronson Arroyo running down the line. Lob throw by Votto. And you see Craig, well, really not in the play at all. He just takes his eye off the play, and then as he makes the turn, that's when he twists his ankle.
That'll be scored, an infield hit. A throwing error by Votto. No RBI for Craig. And then he is thrown out 2-3 after overrunning the bag. And right here is where he's going to hurt the ankle.
Yeah, it really rolls over on it right there. You can see it.
So a 2-2 ball game. Bases empty, 2 are out, and here's Yadier Molina. Jam shot roller to Cozart, but the Cardinals strike for 2, and we're tied at 2 after 3.5. Toyota dealer. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by JTM Food Group, creating great dishes together. Beautiful night downtown. How about our AT&T trivia question tonight? Other than Billy Hamilton, who is the only active Red to steal a base in his major league debut?
The only active Red. So somebody in that dugout. Probably not the guy to his right, Matt Latos.
No.
So we get. I'm just process of elimination.
Okay. Okay. I got to start somewhere. I think it's probably safe to say we could eliminate the pitching staff right out of the gate. Maybe. I don't know the answer. Alan Craig has to leave the game injuring his ankle, it looked like. Don't want to speculate on that for sure because it looked like a bad ankle turn, but sometimes the damage can be done somewhere else. So Adams replaces him over at first base, and we begin anew. 2-2 after the Cardinals get a pair of runs in the top of the 4th inning on 3 hits and an error. And really all around, that inning was not played well at all defensively by the Reds. The fly ball to Chu, which we documented. His throw from center field allowed the runner at first base to tag up and go to second, and that would be the runner that came in to score when Votto tried to throw to a covering Arroyo while sitting down. Base hit left field off the bat of Todd Frazier, and the Reds, for the 3rd time in 4 innings, have their leadoff man aboard.
I'll tell you what Shelby Miller's trying to do tonight. Maybe they're just trying to throw another wrinkle at the Reds, but he's trying to throw a lot of cutters. And he doesn't normally throw a lot of cutters. And after being low bridged right there the pitch before, Frazier had one up around the chin. He comes right back and kind of stays in there to take that cutter in the left field.
Now Zach Cozart, he singled and scored his only time up. That was leading off the 2nd inning.
That's the kind of hit that for a hitter's got to be really satisfying. Frazier I'm talking about. Because the whole idea of a pitcher coming inside, especially up around the letters like he did, is to make sure you don't lean out over the plate on the very next pitch. And he leans out and gets a base hit.
Is that a boy?
Fastball at 94, fouled out of play by Cozart. He has been the Reds' best hitter for better than a month now, and he leads a team over the last month in runs batted in. Cozart was batting in the very, very low 200s about a month and a half, 2 months ago. Now he's up to 253 after his base hit his first time up. Struck him out on a high fastball. 1 away in the inning. Fox Sports 1 is available on all TV providers. You can go to foxsports1.com to find out what channel Fox Sports 1 is on in your area. Those are just some of the places where you can find Fox Sports 1 depending on your provider. One out, one on. Second strikeout of the game for Miller, and here's Ryan Hannigan, who singled into right field his only time up. He scored as well. Pirates and the Brewers are underway at Miller Park in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Pirates batting with 2 out and nobody on in the top of the 1st inning. Scoreless game. Pirates after that game will be flying down to St. Louis, and they'll be waiting on these Cardinals for a 3-game weekend series. It will begin at Busch Stadium on Friday night, and that will conclude a stretch of 13 straight games where the Cardinals will have played 4 series, 2 against the Reds, 2 against the Pirates. They went 2-1 against the Reds last week, 1-2 over the weekend in Pittsburgh, 0-2 here. So 3 wins, 5 losses so far. Of course, for the Reds, this homestand, they are squaring off with 2 of the better teams in all of Major League Baseball. These Cardinals in for 4, and of course the Dodgers will be in for 3 beginning on Friday night. The Dodgers are the hottest team on the planet for about 2.5 months now.
Yeah, not only that, but they are bringing their 3 aces, if you want to call it that, to pitch against the Reds this weekend.
Well, we understand now that Ryu has been scratched for Friday night's game with back stiffness. We're just learning this now, and that Chris Capuano, veteran left-hander, the Reds have seen plenty of him. He will now get the ball on Friday night. Nonetheless, Zach Greinke going in the second game, and then the best starter in the National League over the last 3 seasons, Clayton Kershaw, on Sunday night. Ball 4 to Ryan Hanigan. That's 3 of those in the game for Shelby Miller. Gotta wonder how long for this game, the way he's going so far, Miller will be. He's already banging on the door of 70 pitches in the game.
Well, that's really his MO. I mean, he throws a lot of pitches. He gets a lot of strikeouts, Miller does. Has more strikeouts than innings pitched this year, and he's a guy that pitches 5 or 6 innings, and all of a sudden he's at 100 pitches.
Now the man he replaced in the starting lineup, and that one getting away. Frazier thought about it and is able to get back to the bag. I'm starting to say Tyler Lyons, whom the Reds saw last week in St. Louis. He is now getting loose in the Cardinal bullpen. Frazier alertly recognizing that he'll drop anchor right where he was.
Well, you don't go anywhere until you locate the baseball.
Now Arroyo asks for a second time to move the runners with a bunt, and for the second time he will do it. Boy, and Arroyo been legging it out. There's a legitimate chance he beats that throw after Molina took a long look at third base.
Yeah, you never really know. And he's saying the same thing that you are, Tom, right now to Chris Spire. Don't know whether he would have been safe or not, but it certainly would have been awfully close.
So now Chu trying to break this tie. Runners at second and third, 2 away in the inning. And a fastball is at the knees, a called strike. Chu has walked. Drove in the first Reds run with a ground out to second base, which plated Cozart from third base. He's got Frazier at third, Hanigan at second. 2 are out. There's very little doubt Shelby Miller is a maximum effort pitcher. Well, when he turns loose that fastball, his whole body is almost falling to the first base bag.
Now, he's been a power pitcher really ever since his freshman year in high school. As you said, taken from the Houston area, first-round draft pick in 2009. That was the year that the Reds picked up Mike Leake a little bit earlier in the draft in front of the Cardinals. Everywhere Miller has gone, he's thrown very hard, thrown a lot of strikeouts, more strikeouts every year than innings pitched. He was actually clocked, believe it or not, in high school at 97 miles an hour. Man. And I'm wondering how he was still around by the time the Cardinals picked. Somewhere around, what, the 13th or 14th round that year. They picked him in the 19th overall first round.
Two and two on Chu. 2 on, 2 out. 2-2 game. And that will end the inning. The Reds strand 2. They've left 5 on base. We move to the 5th in a 2-2 ball game. By Kia. 2-2 game. Reds and the Cardinals in the 3rd game of this 4-game series. Get ready for Reds action 30 minutes before every game. Reds live here on Fox Sports Ohio. Presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Be coming your way one more time tomorrow night at 6:30. Reds got 2 runs after leaving them loaded in the 1st inning. The 2 scored in the 2nd. And the Cardinals scored 2 runs to tie in the 4th. Each team with a pair of runs, each team with 4 hits. The Reds have left 5 men on base and committed the game's only error. Six, 7, 8 in the St. Louis batting order against Arroyo here in the 5th. It'll be Jay, Descalso, and Wong. Jay struck out his first time up. And Arroyo ahead at 1 ball and 2 strikes. One out. Time to answer our AT&T trivia question. Billy Hamilton stealing a base in his major league debut last night. Other than Billy Hamilton, who's the only active Red to steal a base in his major league debut. And that would be Jay Bruce. Who could ever forget that debut, May 27, 2008. Talk about arriving with a bang. He went 3 for 3, drove in 2 runs. He walked twice, scored twice, had a double and a stolen base. He walked in the first inning and stole second as part of a double steal. I'd say that's a pretty good debut.
Boy, you're not kidding about that.
5 times on base.
I mean, when you come to the big leagues with a lot of expectations, and then you have that kind of a start, it's a pretty good way to get it going. Boy, Arroyo has just been so good with his fastball on the inner part of the plate to left-handers. I mean, Daniel Descanso thought both of the pitches that he's had called for strikes were going to be in off the plate for balls. In fact, he thought that second one was going to hit him.
In the air, right center field, playable for Chu. And the first 2 batters retired in the Cardinal 5th inning.
Well, as tough a time as Shelby Miller has had keeping his pitch count down, it's been that easy so far for Bronson Arroyo. He's getting ready to deliver his 55th pitch. Here it is, only in the 5th inning.
And a strike 1 to Wong, who grounded out to Joey Votto. Back in the 3rd inning.
I mean, just not afraid to just flip it on up there. You know, they ought to take a video of Bronson Arroyo, make a DVD, and give it to every minor league pitcher in the Reds organization and say, because I guarantee you every minor league pitcher in the organization throws harder than Bronson Arroyo does. And with it a little note that says, if this guy's not afraid of throwing strikes, why are you?
It's a good title. But that is pitching in its simplest form, is it not?
It absolutely is. I mean, it's pitching. I mean, how often do you see a team bring in a guy? This is a great phantom cam look. That's one of the few 4-seam fastballs that Bronson Arroyo has thrown tonight. I think what he does in his delivery, he does not pull off the ball one bit. And that's how he's able to get that good backup action. He keeps his head perfectly still and doesn't tilt his shoulders. So the more you pull off the ball, the more that ball is going to run on you the wrong way.
That's strike 3 called, and that's all she wrote for Wong. 4 strikeouts in a game for Arroyo. We're tied at 2. Sculpture Series presented by Dinsmore and Scholl continues in September with Joe Morgan. Sculptures of the Reds Hall of Famer free with full price paid admission to the museum on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays in September, and that's while supplies last. Visit redsmuseum.org for more information. Joe Morgan weekend coming up. The post-game ceremony featuring the Great Eight along with the fireworks is on Friday night. Saturday, the Joe Morgan Day pregame show ceremony. They'll unveil the statue outside of Great American Ballpark. It is going to be a spectacular weekend. So we invite you to come on down. Tickets are available for all 3 games. Night game Friday night, 1:10 game Saturday, 8 o'clock at night. The start time on Sunday. And it's in the air left field, and Brandon Phillips has given the Reds a 1-run lead. And RBI number 100. As if on cue with all the talk about Joe Morgan weekend, Brandon Phillips becomes the first second baseman in Reds history since Joe Morgan to knock in 100 runs in a season.
He didn't wait very long. He hit a double on the first pitch he saw. Here he gets after the first pitch out of the zone, a 1-0 count. Little hanging breaking ball right there, right in his groove. And a 3-2 ball game.
Boy, how gratifying it must be for Phillips.
No kidding.
And I mean, there's a guy who he laid it right out there on the line. I mean, he wasn't dodging anybody's questions after Ryan Ludwig got hurt. And he went into the number 4 spot, the cleanup spot. He told anybody that would listen, my goal now is to knock in 100 runs. He had knocked in 94 in 2007, 98 in 2009. And of course, he has not been batting in the middle of the order by and large ever since then until this year. And now 100 runs batted in for Brandon Phillips. Why not smile, young man, indeed. In 1976, when Joe Morgan won the second of his back-to-back National League Most Valuable Player awards, he knocked in 111 runs. Otto gone swinging, and there's 2-1 out in the inning.
Well, he recognizes this curveball early on. Look at the eyeballs on Brandon Phillips, just watching that ball all the way to the sweet spot in the bat. You know it as soon as you hit it.
Jay Bruce takes up and away, ball 1. Reds have their second lead of the night. They had a 2-0 advantage. Cardinals tied it, and now a 1-run lead in the Reds' fifth. Last night's loser, Seth Maness, begins to throw in the St. Louis bullpen. He gave up that single to Ryan Ludwig. Hamilton came on the run for him. Stole second, and then Hamilton scored on the double by Todd Frazier, the only run for either team on the night. Two away in the inning.
Yeah, you think back on that Brandon Phillips, not the home run, but really on his career as a Red, and then we try to remember how the Reds came upon Brandon Phillips. Wayne Krivsky was a general manager, and he cut a deal with the Cleveland Indians. The Indians were essentially trying to dump him. He had kind of worn out his welcome. He was a young hotshot player that never really wanted to conform. He wanted to be more flamboyant than anything. And the Reds got him for a player named Jeff Stevens. June the 13th, 2006. What a deal.
What a deal indeed. Inning over, but Phillips breaks a 2-2 tie, and in the process picks up his 100th RBI of the season. 3-2 Reds at the end of 5.
Inning 3-2 overall against the Cardinals, and now time for our Honda game summary. Now's the time to get a great deal from your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. And here's your game summary. Chu drives a run in right there. That was in the second inning with Cozart. Hannigan will come in to score on a wild pitch as that ball got by Yadier Molina, and the Reds take an early 2-0 lead. A sacrifice fly to center field will plate the run, but the run gets away, or the throw gets away from Chu, and eventually an error on the first baseman Joey Votto will plate the other run. A home run by Brandon Phillips, and that's where we are right now. 3-2, Reds, top of the 6th.
So Shelby Miller is going to bat despite the fact that they have had 2 different pitchers getting loose in their bullpen. They had the left-hander Tyler Lyons warming up back in the 4th inning. In the 5th inning, we saw Manus down there getting loose. But Miller is going to bat here in the top half of the 6th. 3 runs, 5 hits, 5 left for the Reds. 1 error, 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base for the Cardinals against Bronson Arroyo. Eighteen batters have come to the plate for the Cardinals in this game. Arroyo has thrown all but 4 a first pitch strike.
Yeah, I got to imagine that Shelby Miller's got to be a little surprised probably to be batting up here to lead the inning off in the 6th.
I mean,
especially after September 1st when you've got expanded rosters. I mean, that's the whole idea of adding players. You get more bullpen help so that you can make more moves during the game. I'm stunned.
Phillips on to Votto, 1 out. Well, come on down to the Holy Grail at the Banks on Friday night. 6 o'clock we'll get it started. You can test your Reds knowledge and win some great prizes. You might end up on the tube on Fox Sports Ohio. All the fun begins Friday at 6 at the Holy Grail on the Banks. Carpenter a thorn in the side the last 2 nights. The only 2 hits allowed by Homer Bailey, Manny Parra, and Aroldis Chapman the entire game were 2 Matt Carpenter singles. Arroyo has allowed 4 hits tonight, 2 of them to Carpenter. Carpenter had an RBI double and scored a run in the series opener. Ball in the air, right center field, and that will go up against the wall. And Carpenter a perfect 3 for 3. That is his 46th double of the year.
Well, 5 hits for the Cardinals, and Carpenter's got 3 of them. First time they've had an extra base hit all night. Really the hardest hit ball of the night by the Cardinals. And you figure would come off the bat of Matt Carpenter.
So the tying run out there in scoring position for Beltran. He bounced into a double play his first time up on a ground ball to Kozar. And somehow, some way, his next time up, a little bouncer up through the middle found its way into center field, which sent Carpenter from first to third, and it set the table for the Cardinals scoring a pair of runs against Arroyo. Reds really overplayed Beltran in the infield. You've got Votto only about 3-4 steps off the first base line, well behind the bag. You've got Phillips pretty much where he would normally be, but on the left side swung way around both Frazier and Kozar. They play Beltran to pull in the outfield as well. Line drive, Heisey cannot get it. And the Cardinals have tied the game for the second time tonight. A 3-3 count.
Now the first 2 batters in this lineup have simply worn Bronson Arroyo out. Line drive to left center field. Carpenter's got 3 hits. That's the second knock of the game for Beltran. It's one the right center field in the 4th inning. That one the left center field. Guy can hit now. He's got a little bit of game left in him.
Cardinals brought him in, took a flyer on him through many injuries with the New York Mets prior to last year, gave him a 2-year deal, and he has earned every penny of it. One out, one on, one in. Holiday the batter. Straight up in the air. Shallow center field. Phillips has it for out number 2.
Well, they seem to have been able to pitch Holiday almost the same way every at bat, whether it's a hard thrower like Bronson or like Homer Bailey last night, or Bronson Arroyo soft tosser tonight, just throwing it down and away, and he continues to expand that zone and chase it. I mean, that one maybe even call a little more of the plate than Arroyo wanted.
Well, now Matt Adams will bat for the first time since he replaced the injured Alan Craig back in the 4th inning. Give you an idea about how much respect Adams has earned in a very short amount of time. Dusty Baker made it very clear before the game today there was no way that he was going to bring a right-hander in in that 8th inning behind Manny Parra, knowing that Adams would be the first guy off that Cardinal bench with a chance with one swing of the bat to tie the game,
which he has done against the Reds earlier this year. There's that sidearm changeup. I love that pitch. I mean, the first time a team sees that, more likely than not, the batter will turn to Ryan Hannigan and say, what was that? And he'll probably just laugh. I'm not really sure what it is. It ought to have its own name.
Inning over. But the Cardinals get a double by Carpenter. A game-tying single by Beltran. Reds come to bat, bottom of the 6th, tied at 3. Years. You can keep up with the pennant races, catch the rest of the 2013 season in HD quality. Visit MLB.com today. A big happy birthday, 85th birthday today to Frida Weldon up in Fairborn, Ohio, and a belated happy birthday, 95 years young, Marcia Wright of Connorsville, Indiana. So Frida, Marcia, happy birthday, ladies. God bless you. 85 and 95. Man, it's good stuff. Todd Frazier leads off the Reds. 6th inning in a 3-3 game against Shelby Miller. Apparently Mike Matheny knew what he was doing, leaving Miller in the game. If he's able to pitch well, of course. Reds are trying to nullify that idea, and there's a bullet in the center field by Frazier. We were wondering about Miller batting leading off the top of the 6th inning. He made an out, but then the next 2 guys tied the game.
Now the second hard hit ball in as many at bats for Frazier. This time gets a fastball pretty much right down the groove. And don't look now, but Frazier's swinging the bat a little bit better as we get here deeper into the pennant race.
5 times the Reds have had the leadoff man aboard against Shelby Miller in this game. That ball lined into center field, stays up long enough for Jay to get to it.
That's just bad luck on the part of Zach Kozar, right on the button.
Reds have Zach Duke getting loose. That's Randy Choate getting loose now in the St. Louis Cardinals bullpen. 1 out, 1 on, 3-3 game. Ryan Hannigan has had a good night. A single to right field, scored a run on a wild pitch by Miller in the second inning, and then drew a walk in the fourth. Arroyo, for the time being anyway, stands in the on-deck circle. Milwaukee a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the second inning over the Pirates. Here the Reds and Cardinals are tied at 3. We're in the 6th inning. Now Hannigan almost daring Miller just to throw a strike. This is 2 at-bats in a row now where Hannigan has walked up there and Miller can't find the plate. And 1 on Hannigan. Frazier over at first. 1 out. And it's ball 4. 2 on, 1 out. And Arroyo is going to bat in a 3-3 game here in the 6th. Well, they have the left-hander Choate ready in the bullpen, and he's getting ready for one guy, one would assume. And that would be the man who makes his way to the on-deck circle coming out of the Reds dugout, Shin-Soo Choo.
Well, what could happen here is that you have Arroyo may lay a bunt down, and they've got a base open for Choo if they wanted to leave Miller in the ball game to face Brandon Phillips. That's not likely because Phillips has hit the ball very hard off of Miller.
Boy, does he make it look so easy. And the throw is in the dirt, and the runner is out. You almost wonder if Wong had control of that ball over at first base. Billy Hatcher might be asking Laz Diaz the same thing. Did he have the ball trapped maybe up against his belly and maybe not in full control?
That's an awfully good play by Wong at the very end of this. That ball nearly comes in to hit Arroyo. He makes it look easy, as you said, run it down the line hard this time. Hard to tell.
Well, Matheny comes out of the dugout. He'll take the ball from Miller, and this will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. The lefty Choate against the left-handed batting Shin-Soo Choo in a 3-3 game. 2 outs, 2 on when we come back. Reds Live brought to you by Kings Honda and the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Jim Day, Jeff Pecoro hoping the Fox Sports condominium will be rocking and rolling again after the game tonight, celebrating a win. Right now we're tied at 3, and a critical juncture in this game right here and right now. Randy Choate, veteran left-hander, on to face Shin-Soo Choo. We saw Choate in the series opener. He faced 2 batters, Votto and Bruce, and walked them both. The second one, a walk with the bases loaded, which brought in a run.
That might be the only fastball that Choo sees in this at bat. That's a rare fastball that he'll throw for a strike. All the rest that he does is kind of drop down, throw some sloppy, slurvy stuff. Hopes the left-hander kind of gets himself out.
That's what you're talking about right there. Choo tonight 0 for 2, has walked, knocked in a run with a ground out. Twice he has bounced out to the right side of the Cardinal infielder. Once at Wong, the other time at the first baseman. And Choo is 0 for 5 in his career against Randy Choate. A strikeout, a pair of walks. And he went around that time. The right-hander Manus is ready in the Cardinal bullpen should this inning continue and Brandon Phillips come to the plate. But right now all eyes focused on this matchup, Choo v. Choate. Third time that Choo has bounced out to the right side of the game. The Reds strand 2 more. That's 7. Still tied at 3. Each team with 3 runs, each team with 6 hits. The error, a big one in this game so far. It allowed the Cardinals to tie the game at 2.
Pretty good outing so far, though, for Bronson Arroyo. 6 innings of 2 earned run baseball as usual. Has not gotten himself in trouble with walks. None of those on the night.
Yadier Molina to begin things, followed by John Jay and Daniel Descalzo. Breaking ball swung on, and in the air at Jay Bruce. At the warning track, he's got it. And that's 1 pitch and 1 out for Arroyo to start this 7th inning. J.J. Hoover also loosening now in the Reds bullpen. So Kevin Segris, a flame-throwing left-hander, is throwing in the Cardinal pen, and that's a left-hander, Zach Duke. John Jay looks at a strike. Reds will have Phillips, Votto, and Bruce in the bottom of the 7th inning. And you can pretty much take it to the bank. Both these managers are going to have all hands on deck in this one tonight. This is a big-time game for both of these teams. For the Reds, building some momentum after being really embarrassed by the Cardinals multiple times throughout the course of this year. But now all of a sudden they've won 3 in a row against them. If the Reds win tonight, they are 1/2 game behind the Cardinals for 2nd place in the National League Central. A half a game. If you lose this game tonight, you slip to 2.5 behind the Cardinals, which guarantees no matter what happens tomorrow, the Cardinals will leave town with still a grip, perhaps albeit a loose one, on 2nd place in the division. Roller up the first base line, and Arroyo feeds Votto for out number 2.
Well, you may say at home, well, what's the big deal? 2nd or 3rd place, you're still guaranteed of that 1-game playoff. It doesn't give you much of an advantage except that you play that 1-game wild card play-in game at home. And everybody wants to have a home game.
Yeah, I mean, look, the numbers, as they say, the numbers don't lie. The Reds on the road this year are 3 games under 500. The Cardinals are only 4 games over 500. The Reds at home, 20 games over 500. The Cardinals at home, 18 over 500. Of course, it's interesting to note that both road wild card teams in the first year of a 2nd wild card participant in the postseason, both road teams won the 1-game play-in. Baltimore went down to Arlington and beat the Rangers, and these Cardinals went to Atlanta and beat the Braves. That one right off the shin guard, right at the knee of Ryan Hannigan. Arroyo trying to finish off the Cardinals here in the 7th inning. Ahead of Daniel Descalzo at 0 balls and 2 strikes, and Arroyo the big leg kick and misses. A ball and 2 strikes. Dusty Baker entrusting this one, even with left-handed batters at the plate, to his veteran Arroyo, rather than going down to that bullpen with really an unknown commodity, at least as far as the Reds are concerned, in Zach Duke.
Well,
0-2 becomes 3-2.
He's pitching very carefully. Even to a guy who's not known as a home run hitter in Daniel Descalzo, he's just trying to nip away at that outside corner. He has attacked him with strikes. Has walked only 4 batters in nearly 30 innings.
It's only the second 3-ball count to a Cardinal batter in a game tonight. The other one was to Shelby Miller. Pitch number 8 in this at bat. He shakes off Hannigan twice. And a base hit dumped into right field by Descalzo. There's an at bat that got away from Arroyo. Was ahead of the shortstop at 0-2, and now does Dusty Baker against the rookie Wong still stay with Bronson Arroyo.
Well, he's really tried to pepper the ball away, and that really was not all that bad of a pitch. You see where it is the little two-seam fastball that he just tries to run down and try to get a ground ball. And got to give Descalzo a little bit of credit. He goes down there to get that ball and somehow elevates it. Wong has not looked all that comfortable against Arroyo, even though he's a left-handed hitter. Struck out looking, chased a bad pitch first time up.
Three-3 score. And a one-hopper at Votto, and Arroyo gets it done in the 7th. Part of the order coming up in a 3-3 game. The Reds take on the Dodgers. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS. Visit select Kroger locations or log on to reds.com/tickets. A huge weekend of baseball. Great baseball. Reds and the Dodgers. Joe Morgan weekend. The Great 8 will be here. It's going to be a fun weekend. Friday night, Saturday, a 1:10 start, and Saturday, a very late start at 8:05. 5th inning, our Nissan drive of the game. Home run by Brandon Phillips. 18th home run, but for him, RBI number 100, the first time in his career. Brandon Phillips has reached triple digits in a season in runs batted in. And now the flame-throwing left-hander on from the Cardinal bullpen, Kevin Segrist. Look at those numbers.
Boy, those are amazing numbers for a young man that was drafted in the 41st round. Had a conversation with him before the ball game tonight. I asked him, how hard did you throw when you were at Palm Beach Community College? He's at about 88, which is about 10 miles an hour slower than he's throwing right now. He didn't make really the transition in velocity until the Cardinals decided to put him in the bullpen.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Well, he signed as an 18-year-old, and here he is now 23, so the natural maturing of the body helps a lot. Didn't do anything in particular to do it. No magical weighted ball program or anything like that.
In the air off the bat of Brandon, and that's out number 1 here in the 7th inning.
I did ask him, though. I said, well, what difference does it make to you when you're standing on the mound knowing that you can throw 97 instead of topping out at 88? And he laughed. He said, a lot.
Vado's looking for some of that magic potion, whatever it might be, against Segrist. Joey is 0 for 4 against him, and all 4 times has struck out, including in a game here last night.
Yeah, most of the strikeouts really have come all on fastball. Segrist hasn't really dropped much in the way of a slider on Votto all that much.
One to count on Votto. Tardy on a fastball, and that's what you're talking about. He's just rearing back and saying, here it is. Brewers come up with 3 runs, still batting. Nobody out in the bottom of the 3rd inning to take a 5-2 lead over the Pirates. Here we're tied at 3. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Right back to the mound. 2 out. 0 for 4 night for Votto.
Got late on the fastball the first 2 balls. He gets the bat head around on this one, tries to get it through the box, but Segrist is there. Even if Segrist misses this ball, you see where the shortstop is playing.
Well, from here on out, unless Manus comes into the game in this inning to face Heisey next. In this 7th inning and then in the 8th inning, it will be nothing but gas coming out of that Cardinal bullpen. Segrist and then Rosenthal. Arroyo still in the game for the Reds, has pitched a dandy here tonight. That's on the outside corner. 2-2 to Bruce. But you got to believe the night is over for Arroyo. Right around 100 pitches and getting to a part in the batting order where what little success the Cardinals have had in the game tonight, 2 of those guys would be up in the 8th inning. Carpenter and Beltran. Right center field. Jay will run it down, and the Reds are gone in order. We're up to the 8th, tied at 3. Cincinnati Children's Hospital, now the #1 ranked pediatric cancer center in America. By Chevy. Stop into your Tri-State Chevy dealer today and check out their full line of fuel-efficient vehicles. Reds 3, Cardinals 3. As we move to the top of the 8th inning, and now on for the 54th time this year, is right-hander Sam LeCure.
Having a pretty good year as Sam LeCure. You see he doesn't strike out or doesn't walk too many either. 58, walked 19. And he'll do it a little differently than most of those arms that are coming out of the Cardinal bullpen. The Cardinals from here on out, as you mentioned, Tom, are going to come with raw gas. And LeCure's really calling card is a little two-seam fastball he throws to the first base side of home plate and a slow looping curveball.
Well, the crowd reacting to the score they put up on the big board. The score we gave you a moment ago, where Milwaukee takes a 5-2 lead over the Pirates. That game only in the 3rd inning.
Well, that's the one thing that all the fans here at Great American Ballpark can agree on.
Yep.
Cardinal fans and Reds fans. First time they've clapped at the same time all night.
Adron Chambers comes up to pinch hit for Kevin Segrist, who gives them a perfect inning out of their bullpen, plowing right through Phillips, Votto, and Bruce. He'll be followed by Carpenter and Beltran. Chambers up and down over the last couple of seasons for the Cardinals. And LeCure quickly ahead at 0-2.
Chambers grew up in Pensacola, Florida, never really played any baseball. He was always a football player. Recruited and ended up going to Mississippi State to play football, played quarterback there. And Ron Polk, the baseball coach, made a call to him a couple of times a week, every week. Please come over and play baseball. He played about 16 amateur baseball games in the summer and ended up getting drafted. That's what an athletic talent he is. And now that he was here early this afternoon admiring the ballpark, had a camera in his hand, and he wondered how he could get up into the pilot house to take some pictures. He just was amazed how beautiful this ballpark is here.
Well, did you show him the way?
Well, I did. I told him how to get there.
Well, like a very nice, gracious host you are.
Well, like a true Reds fan, I sent him across the bridge into Kentucky.
You're all heart. Well, and 2 on Chambers. He's given him some big postseason moments when given the opportunity the last couple of years. That ball hit right on the screws at Brandon Phillips. Allowed out. Now Carpenter. 5 hits in the last 2 games for the Cardinal third baseman. That's where he's played the last 2 nights. As Freese has been moved to the bench. Carpenter 3 for 3 tonight. 2 singles, a double, and a pair of runs scored. See if the Reds can find a way to get this young man out. At a critical point in this game, tied at 3. We're in the 8th inning. Think about that for a second. You look at Bruce, big power hitter. Goldschmidt leading the league in RBIs. Rizzo, a big slugger. And yet it is a middle infielder in Carpenter who is second only to Jay Bruce among all National Leaguers in extra base hits. And in Carpenter's case, of course, you're talking about a guy who primarily is doing it with 2 base hits, 46 of those. And LeCure walks him with 1 out, putting the go-ahead run aboard.
First walk of the night a Cardinal has received.
And really, this is where we have talked frequently as this season has gone on with the Reds. They've been without Sean Marshall. They've been without and will be without Jonathan Broxton the remainder of the year. And how, it's one thing to come into a game like Sam LeCure has and like Manny Parra has or J.J. Hoover has last year and this year. When your team's leading by 2 or 3 runs in the 6th or 7th inning. But now all of a sudden, because of the injuries to Broxton and Marshall, everybody has moved up that totem pole. And just as we've talked about all of these young pitchers in the Cardinals organization, starters and relievers pitching in a pennant race. Yes, some of these Reds are pitching in a pennant race for the second time, but in dramatically different roles than they were in the first go-round. I mean, remember, LeCure last year in the playoffs was the first guy out of the bullpen in the very first inning of the game when Johnny Cueto came out due to injury against the Giants. Well, you fast forward into this season, should the Reds be fortunate enough to be playing in the playoffs. Sam LeCure is coming in the 8th inning, with the Reds trying to protect the lead or keep it in a tie ball game. Sinking liner caught by Bruce. Dropped the ball in the exchange. The first base umpire Laz Diaz signaling all the way and out. And no argument from Beltran. Couple of hard hit balls in this inning by the Cardinals. Chambers a rocket at second. A walk to Carpenter, and now a liner by Beltran. Here comes Holiday with 1 on and 2 out.
Well, maybe it's kind of an exclamation point there for Ryan Hannigan, going out and saying, hey, you know what, we've had a lot of success so far in this series with Matt Holliday doing this, which is, as we've seen on TV, pitching him down and away. They may straighten him up with something inside to get him off that outside corner. They'll probably go down and away again to see if he'll continue to chase.
Well, you have the left-handed batter Adams on deck. The Reds have double barrel action working in their bullpen. clearly wanting to stay away from Manny Parra tonight. That's why Zach Duke, their only other left-hander down there, is the one getting ready, joined by the right-hander J.J. Hoover. Bouncer foul.
Got right in on him that time.
Milwaukee just wraps up a 5-run third inning. And it is 7-2 Brewers, with the Pirates batting in the top half of the fourth. Reds starting the night 3.5 behind the Pirates, a game and a half behind the Cardinals. St. Louis 2 back of Pittsburgh, and those two teams will collide again this coming weekend at Busch Stadium.
For the Pirates tonight, it was Francisco Liriano, who has been the most dependable of all Pirate starters.
Going first to third is Carpenter. And now decision time for Dusty Baker. And he is pacing around a little bit in that dugout. And here he comes up the steps, perhaps even reluctantly so, where he is going to hand the ball, apparently, although no signal given yet, because Parra has been used so frequently. Will he hand the ball to Zach Duke to face a left-handed batting Matt Adams? The answer to that question is yes. Certainly this is among the biggest plays in the game. Votto laying on his back, tried to throw to Bronson Arroyo. It allowed a runner to score all the way from second base. That was an unearned run charge to Arroyo. It allowed the Cardinals to tie the game. But Craig, injured on the play, had to leave after rolling over that left ankle. Runners on the corners. LeCure goes 2/3 of an inning, allows a walk and a hit. And now out of the Reds bullpen, pitching for the second time since being brought up from the minor leagues on the final day of August is left-hander Zach Duke.
Well, for 6 years, Zach Duke was a starter for the Pittsburgh Pirates starting in 2005. Switched to a reliever a couple of years ago, and he's traveled to Arizona. Last season he was in Washington for the Nationals. This year he started in Washington, ended up with the Louisville Bats, and here he is in the big leagues with the Reds.
And I mean put right into the fire, as Manny Parra has been used just about every day or every other day. There's so many big games here of late, tight games. So Duke against Adams. 3-3 game, 2 on, 2 out. We're in the 8th inning. Good movement there.
Yeah, nice little fastball, really darting down and in. Now, Duke is a veteran. I mean, he's been around. He shouldn't be shaken by this particular situation.
Ahead 1-2. Duke was having a very good year this year, and you can say, well, AAA, big deal. Well, for a guy who's going from being a starter to a reliever, perhaps that's where he'll earn a lot of money in a big league, working out of the bullpen. Big at bat right here. 1-2 pitch. Wow.
Boy, dropped down and gave him the old sidearm slurvy, and somehow that wasn't a strike.
Holy man.
That was outside. Man, that must have looked awful tantalizing to Matt Adams.
2-2. Pitch on the way. Off the inside corner. Carpenter's about 3/4 of the way, and that is not an exaggeration. I'm not so sure he could not have stolen home before that last pitch.
Well, the 2 strikes that Duke has thrown to Adams have been fastballs. Oh, come to a slider, it looks like.
3-2 delivery. Got him swinging, and how about Zach Duke out of the Reds bullpen?
By Zach Duke comes in, game situation. There's a fastball for a strike, a swing and a miss by Matt Adams, and that sidearm slurve, strike 3. Adams slams his bat down, breaks it at the handle in frustration, and Zach Duke Welcome to the pressure of a pennant race, Cincinnati style.
Hey, man, that's getting it done.
Well, they called him up here in time. Of course, he was activated before the month of August ended, so he is eligible for the playoff roster. When the Reds finally make a decision as to how they're going to set their alignment up.
Of course, they're hoping, one, that they get to the postseason. And number two, that they have Sean Marshall back by then. So now 197-mile-per-hour left-hander swinging to a 97-mile-per-hour throwing right-hander in Trevor Rosenthal. 2-1 the count on Heisey.
Well, not only does he throw hard, he's quick between pitches. I mean, he gets it and he's ready to go.
One out.
He did a nice job actually of fielding that ground ball and then taking something off of it when he throws to first base. Last thing a first baseman wants is a guy who's used to throwing close to 100 miles an hour, firing one over to him at 100 miles an hour.
Popped up on the first pitch, and Adams will corral it. And that's 4 pitches to retire the first 2 batters here in the Reds' 8th inning. Ball 1 to Kozar, who has singled, scored, struck out, and then hit the ball right on the nose, but right at John Jay in the 6th. Kozar 10 home runs on the year. Rosenthal just coming after batter after batter after batter with nothing but the heat. And this will be a 1-2-3 inning for Rosenthal out of the Cardinal bullpen on 8 pitches. Puig and the NL West leading Dodgers come right here to Great American Ballpark to take on the Reds. Fox Saturday Baseball begins with a pregame show at 12:30 Eastern Time. Tickets are available. And don't forget, first pitch is at 1:10 Saturday afternoon. Tomorrow night, by the way, tickets available for the finale of this series. It'll be a night game. And the Reds will be selling hot dogs tomorrow night for $1. So $1 hot dog night tomorrow night. Aroldis Chapman came on in the 9th inning last night and threw harder than he has in any start or any relief appearance, rather, we have ever seen him here at Great American Ballpark. Now, he was clocked in San Diego at 105, but he threw 5 pitches in the game here last night at 103.
That may have been a different radar gun type of system that they used then in San Diego. Now everything in every ballpark is identical. They use the FX system, and he pitched it 2, 3, and 4 in the order last night, struck them all out, and now he's got 5, 6, and 7. So hopefully he'll be able to pick up where he left off.
Of course, we brought up at the time he had not pitched since August the 24th, so almost 10 days between outings for Chapman. We wondered would there be any rust. None last night. First pitch fastball, 100 miles per hour inside the Molina. And if you're going to throw a first pitch fastball to Molina, that better be the spot. 2-0. Molina 0 for 3, has walked twice in his career against Chapman. Ahead in the count, 2-0. Dusty Baker brings in his closer here in a tie game in the top of the 9th inning. Bronson Arroyo, 7 innings, 3 runs, 2 earned. LeCure 2/3, a hit, a walk, no runs, thanks to Zach Duke, who struck out the only batter he faced, leaving 2 runners aboard in the Cardinal 8th inning. And now it's Chapman.
That's a pretty good swing by Molina, but it doesn't mean he's on it. When you're fouling a straight back, you're a hair late. Now, if you've got the ability to speed it up a little bit, he's going to want to do it right now, although Chapman's got the advantage, I would think, because Molina has yet to see that slider that he was so prominently using last night.
Came with another fastball. Pitch decision be very interesting here as we go on in this at bat to Molina. You may remember the last time Chapman had an extended at bat against a right-handed batter who kept fouling away fastball after fastball. As their strike 3 called to make it all a moot point. Molina did not like the call on that 102-mile-per-hour heater.
Molina's saying it's inside. He actually drew a little line in the dirt. I might want that on. Oh, they're doing a little woodworking there in the Cardinal dugout.
Spends his offseason as a carpenter. Does Yachty.
We're getting him a lathe.
Strike called on the outside corner. He's not happy. Clearly.
I like seeing that, though.
I'm with
That's
you.
how much these games mean.
Nothing in 2 to John Jay. 0 for 4 in his career against Chapman. 3 strikeouts and a walk.
Whereas it looked like Molina had a pretty good swing against Chapman. Can't say that on that last pass by Jay.
Holy Moses, is he bringing the gas again tonight? 103.
We've seen a lot of hard throwers in this series. Segrist throws hard. Rosenthal throws very hard. Homer Bailey was throwing 97 last night. But evidently the difference between 97 and 103 is a major, it's like a quantum jump.
So now Daniel Descalzo 0 for 2 in his career against Chapman. 2 strikeouts, 1 walk. Reds have Hannigan, a pinch hitter, and then the top of the order Chu in the bottom of the 9th. This is unbelievable. I mean, we have seen Chapman obviously throw hard a lot these last 2 nights. Tapped in front of the plate on another 103-mile-per-hour fastball, and it is back-to-back nights of abuse for Chapman against the Cardinals. Bottom of the 9th, here we go. At 3. Reds have had a pair of leads in this game. They led 2-0 when they scored twice in the second inning after leaving the bases loaded in the first. Cardinals tied it on 3 hits and an error in the 4th inning. Brandon Phillips homered in the 5th. Carpenter doubled. Beltran singled to tie it in the 6th. Choate, Segrist, Rosenthal out of the Cardinal bullpen. We have seen LeCure, Duke, and Chapman from the Reds bullpen. Xavier Paul will be sent up there to bat for Ryan Hannigan, leading off the 9th inning. And with the very low number of pitches, a grand total of 8 of them, it took Rosenthal to get through a perfect 8th inning. He has more than enough in the tank to bring him on for another inning. We know Xavier Paul can hit a fastball.
And you also know that somewhere down in that underneath of this ballpark, Billy Hamilton is stretching his legs in the event that Xavier Paul can work his way on to first base.
When Paul is hot, that was a first pitch breaking ball that looked like it was way up. And it was called a strike. Paul 2 out of 4 against Rosenthal. Came back with 97-mile-per-hour heat, and it's 0-2. Reds trying to win it here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And timeout had been called before that pitch. Derek Robinson stands in the on-deck circle. That's a pitcher spot next. Pull the string on him. He only saw one fastball in that at bat.
It's a pretty nasty changeup right there. First pitch breaking ball, then a fastball, and then a changeup.
Carpenter way in at third base. We know that Derek Robinson likes to bunt, and we know he's good at it. Now you have Adams, who is still about 3 or 4 steps behind the first base bag. If Robinson brings one with him up that first base line, we'll see. Show to bunt. Boy, did you see Molina right there at the last minute? I mean, you talk about a guy that he knows everything going on around him. He gave that sign to Carpenter to get his tail over next to the third base line. And that one is lined softly into the glove of Descalzo. 2 out.
And if it was hit just a little bit harder, it would have had a chance of getting into center field.
Shin-Soo Choo, 19 home runs on the year. Strike 1.
Be curious though, had Derek Robinson gotten on, would Dusty Baker had pinch run a faster guy for an already fast guy? I mean, how many times in his career would you think that Derek Robinson would be pinch hit for or pinch run for because he wasn't fast enough?
One ball, 2 strikes on Shin-Soo Choo. Reds offense has gone stone cold.
Well, Cardinals pitching has stepped it up a little bit. I mean, you can say the same thing for the Cardinals offense because the Reds pitching has been awfully good. That's what you expect with 2 good bullpens this time of year.
10 in a row retired by the trio.
Look how hard it was to score 1 run in last night's ball game.
Inning over. 6 in a row retired by Rosenthal. We're off to extra innings. Cardinals are 3-5. The Reds are 9-8. All season long, Jack Leake's beef jerky. Field your wild side. Talk about the numbers for these teams in extra inning games. Cardinals have only played 8 of them. Reds more than double that number. Chapman a perfect inning. Struck out 2. And now Mike Matheny's Cardinals get a look at a new battery. Corky Miller coming on behind the plate. And now on the mound, J.J. Hoover.
58 games now for the often used J.J. Hoover.
Eight, 9, and 1 in the batting order. That'll be Wong, followed by pinch hitter for Rosenthal, who goes 2 perfect innings with a pair of strikeouts. David Freese standing in the on-deck circle. And then back to the top of the order in Carpenter, who's not been retired tonight. Fulton Wong 0 for 3. A pair of ground balls to Votto with a strikeout sandwiched in between. Was where Hoover's got to get down to business here now. This young man, since being called up, has had a hard time getting on base. Came back with a strike after running the count full on him.
Well, they're keeping the fastball on him. And it looks like what they're doing to Colton Wong is what you do to a lot of rookies first time they get called up. You find out if they can hit a fastball. Trying to buzz him right in the kitchen, see if he can get the bat head out. A lot of 4-seamers from JJ.
Another fastball, and he pops it up. 1 out. Freese has started the last 2 games on the Cardinal bench. He has been their regular third baseman this year, and not nearly the kind of numbers that he nor the Cardinals were expecting. To David Freese.
You know, Freese got off to a decent start after a miserable month of April. He hit nearly 300 in May, hit almost 320 in June. But the home run's way off this year.
I mean, this guy had a 20-game hitting streak. That's a lot of games. And he had one of those hitting streak where, you know, it wasn't like 1 for 4, 1 for 4, 1 for 4. He was knocking the cover off the ball, batting around 450 during that 20-game hitting streak.
Well, he's not hit a home run since he's hit 1 home run since the end of June.
One and 2 to count on Freese. Of course, when we have seen Freese going right, it's when he's hitting the ball the other way hard. This one not hit hard the other way. It should be out number 2. It is. So now by far the best hitter in this Cardinal lineup. Some might argue the entire year. He certainly has been in this series, and that would be Matt Carpenter. 3 for 3 tonight, has been on base. All 4 plate appearances, has scored a pair of runs.
A tight one. Now take another look at that tight one right here. Our slow-mo cam, our phantom cam, shows the reaction of Matt Carpenter.
Two down, nobody on. Top of the 10th inning in a 3-3 game. 2-1 to Matt Carpenter. 95-mile-per-hour gas there from Hoover to even the count.
Which in this ball game, unfortunately, looks rather pedestrian.
J.J. Hoover, a 1-2-3 10th inning, and retires Carpenter. Well, here you have it. Phillips, Votto, and Bruce coming up. Three game. Reds have won the first 2 games of this series. Spectacular pitching. Matt Latos in game 1. Homer Bailey, Manny Parra, Aroldis Chapman in game 2. Arroyo, LeCure, Zach Duke, Aroldis Chapman, J.J. Hoover tonight. But the Cardinals have been exceptional out of the bullpen in this one. And now they hand the ball to the 26-year-old left-hander and native Texan Sam Freeman.
Now, he's only been in 6 ball games so far this year, but in those 6, he's availed himself very well. Like just about everybody else out of that Cardinal bullpen, a live arm out of Sam Freeman.
11 in a row retired by Cardinal pitching.
One difference about Freeman is that he can have a tendency to get wild. He did a few times last year. But he throws hard enough to keep you honest.
Brandon Phillips homered back in the 5th inning. 2 hits and 4 at-bats in a game. Off the end of the bat. Easy play and right. 1 out. 12 in a row. Shut down by St. Louis pitching. You can't help but look back to that first inning and wonder, would we be here now had the Reds found a way with runners at 2nd and 3rd and nobody out to plate a run. Votto with a very ugly strikeout. Bruce drew a walk to load the bases with 1 out. Heisey popped up to the first baseman and Frazier popped up to end the inning. That's a long time ago. Votto tonight is 0 for 4. Has struck out twice, grounded to 2nd and tapped out to the mound. Votto in his career 3 game-ending home runs. Up and away, 2 balls and a strike.
I mean, have you ever seen a game where so many pitchers in this ball game are throwing the upside of 95 miles an hour?
Sinking line to the left, 2 out.
And you really wonder where Sam Fuld gets it. I mean, he's 5'11", 170 pounds. I mean, built like Billy Hamilton. Another one of those pitchers the Cardinals have picked up from down the Houston, Texas area. Although he went to the University of Kansas.
Last Reds base hit was a single by Todd Frazier leading off the 6th inning. 2 batters later, Ryan Hannigan drew a walk. That was the last Red to reach base in his game. Here's Bruce. 1 ball and 1 strike. This will be a 1-2-3 inning for Freeman. And that is now 14 in a row set down by the Cardinal pitching. Off to the 11th, still tied at 3. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, what remains for all three of these clubs duking it out in the National League Central? We know the Cardinals have one more here than a 3-game set against the Pirates. 16 of their last 19 against sub-500 teams. Only a 3-game series against the Nationals. Reds and the Pirates, 6 of their final 9 games against one another. As Beltran, first pitch swinging over near the Reds dugout and out of play, strike 1. Hoover still on the mound, and the Reds have 13 of their final 22 here at Great American Ballpark, where obviously they have been very, very good this season. Popped up, shortstop Cozart with a call. 1 out to open up the 11th inning in his 3-3 game. Well, you cannot again repeat enough the importance of this game. Is it the end of the world if you lose? Of course it's not the end of the world. But my oh my, in essence a 2-game swing for the winner and subsequent loser of this one as to where you want to be when you put that head on the pillow tonight. For the Reds, a win, and they will go into play tomorrow not only with a chance to sweep the series as Holiday breaks his bat for strike 1, but you would go into that series finale tomorrow knowing that if you won the game, you will have leapfrogged the Cardinals in the division. You lose tonight, even if you win tomorrow, you're still behind them by what would be a game and a half. Well, and not only that, Chris, just to finish the thought, it's a long way from being over. But the next time the Pirates bat, it's going to be the 7th inning. And if you're the Reds, you win this game, you're 2.5 games out of first place.
I don't think you could get either of these managers to buy into what you're saying publicly. But deep inside, they know that these games mean they're as important as anyone they played all year long. Both of them are acting like pregame. Well, this is just another game. We've got to go after it. You know, they don't want to give any indication to their own team that they're panicking or they're going to play this game any differently. Mike Matheny especially. He was pressed a lot by the St. Louis press before this ball game about the importance of this game, and he was steadfast. And we're going to play this like every other game this year. But you know inside they're grinding.
Hoover got ahead of Holiday, and now the count is run full. Holiday had a base hit his last time up. Boy, that just came right out of the fingers the wrong way.
Sure looked like it.
3-2 breaking ball to Holiday in a 3-3 game in the 11th.
I don't mind that pitch. It buckled him, you could see, and it had the ball kind of backed up on him. Holiday had a pretty good look at a pitch. The last one, it was off the plate, maybe. It was called ball 3. I think he throws that for a strike. Holiday's taking it.
That ends a string of 8 in a row retired by Reds pitching. And now Matt Adams. He takes a ball. Adams came on to replace the injured Alan Craig, who appeared to have rolled over or under an ankle, if you will, after an infield hit in the 4th inning. Adams has bounced to first and struck out. A lot of oohs and ahs from the crowd after the walk to Holiday, and now 2 balls and no strikes on the following batter, Matt Adams. Ran a fastball that Adams pops up. 2 out. We talk about it time after time after time. You have to be, it seems, so careful, maybe more than most other hitters, on that first pitch to this guy right here, Molina. It's out of the strike zone, ball 1. Second batter in a row where Hoover has fallen behind, 2 balls and no strikes. Runner at first, Matt Holiday. 2 are out, 3-3 game, top of the 11th inning.
Well, when he gets a fastball count, and the reason that you mentioned you have to be careful on the first pitch to Yadier Molina, because he'll hack at it, mainly because he gets a lot of first pitch fastballs or a 2-0 count. You saw him nearly come out of his shoes after that one.
Got another fastball, and it's 2-2. Into right field, a base hit by Molina, advancing on to third. Throw there, dangerous throw there by Bruce. That would have taken a miracle to throw out Holiday from where he was. And Hoover was over there backing up the throw that pulled Frazier way off the bag.
Well, it's dangerous only if Hoover's not where he should be. That's a tough play for a right fielder because oftentimes the runner gets there at the same time and from the same angle, and you get blocked out. That's kind of what happened right here, and it caused Todd Frazier to momentarily lose the ball, but no harm done. Frazier's over there backing up.
Ryan Price out to visit with his pitcher J.J. Hoover before John Jay comes to the plate. A one-out walk in the inning to Holiday. He goes first and third on a hit by Molina.
Well, back-to-back left-handers right here. And they're just talking about how they're going to go after him. Corky Miller's been in the meetings as far as the scouting meetings. But no reason not to take some extra time and make sure that he knows what the deal is.
Go ahead, run at third. Molina the runner at first, 2 outs. Swing and a miss, good breaking ball there by Hoover. Jay's just sitting dead red right there and way out in front.
And he can be a pretty good fastball hitter. He's really one of these timing hitters. Has a little lift to his leg ahead of time. Drops his hands, a little bit of a hitch.
Two and one to Jay. Runners at first and third with 2 outs in inning number 11. Nowhere near the strike zone, and you almost have to wonder, is Hoover starting to run out of gas? Knocking on the door of 40 pitches, and Dusty Baker hoping he can find enough to get one more out. Three and one to John Jay. And right back to Hoover. He will get that final out. Heisey, Frazier, Cozart coming up. Cardinals about hit them 9-6, but the only numbers that matter, 3-3 our score. go all the way back to Shelby Miller getting the second out on a sacrifice bunt in the 6th inning, followed by Randy Choate, an inning out of Segrist, 2 innings out of Rosenthal, 1 out of Sam Freeman. Those pitchers have retired 14 in a row, and now they'll hand the ball to John Axford. And you got to wonder how he feels pitching in this ballpark with some of the numbers we gave you during his days with the Brewers pitching here in Cincinnati.
Now, he's never really pitched all that well in this ballpark, and that is a major understatement. He personally is 0-4. The team record when he comes into a ball game, and remember that he was a closer, is 3-10. So Axford has some nightmares about this particular ballpark. Earned run average closer to 10 than it is to 9. And it's not like he's only pitching here once or twice. This is the 14th time he's pitched in Great American Ballpark.
First pitch fastball to Heise, and there a strike. We saw Axford in the series opener, 2/3 of an inning, a hit, a walk, and a run. But on the second pitch, a routine one-hopper down to third. 15 in a row have been retired. Frazier in his career against Axford, only 2 at-bats, 1 hit, a home run. Two out. Boy, not given a chance to let Axford get himself in any kind of trouble in this inning, and we know he can be extremely wild. 4 pitches to get 2 outs. In fairness to him, all 4 have been in the strike zone. Cozart with 2 down and nobody on. Ryan Ludwig has made his way into the on-deck circle as Cozart fouls it off out of play. 0-2. Slow roller by the mound, and the tag applied by Adams. A 7-pitch inning. We go to the 12th in a 3-3 game. They're still hanging around. A 3-3 game at the end of 11 innings. Reds will make another pitching change. Arroyo, LeCure, Duke, Chapman. 2 scoreless innings from Hoover, and now it's Alfredo Simon.
Been a long time since the Cardinals and the Reds have played an extra inning game this long. You got to go back to 1999, the last time these two teams hooked up and played more than 11 innings.
Jack Hanahan coming into the game to replace Todd Frazier. This will be part of a double switch. That means Hanahan will be batting in the number 9 spot in the batting order. He'll bat second in the bottom of his 12th inning. You have 7, 8, 9 in the batting order for the Cardinals. Descalso, Wong, and then a pinch hitter. You know, it is interesting, and you brought it up, and I think it maybe more than any other thing we have seen here tonight gives you an idea of what we were talking about earlier about the importance of this game and how critical both managers are playing it right now with all the players available on the bench. The Cardinals just got a 1-2-3 inning out of Axford where he threw all of 7 pitches, yet they did not double switch to bring off their bench a young player to plug into this game. That one pulled to the right side, and that's out number 1. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Corky Miller and Jack Hanahan are the only 2 players that have been used off the Reds bench. In other words, that just stayed in the game to continue to play. You're going to be forced to use that bench as far as pinch hitters are concerned, and we've seen that already with both teams. Strike 1 to Wong. You're thinking about arms left in both bullpens. For the Cardinals, you have the left-hander Lyons. You have your closer Mujica and 3 other right-handers in Salas, Manus, and Martinez. Fly ball left field, and Heisey waits for out number 2. The Reds tonight have used Zach Duke, Aroldis Chapman, Alfredo Simon, J.J. Hoover, Sam LeCure. They have Curtis Parch, Nick Christiani, Logan Ondrusek from the right side. And one would have to assume, and it would be hard to believe with some of the critical at-bats that have already taken place by Cardinal left-handed batters in this game, that Manny Parra would be available out of the Reds bullpen. He is their lone left-hander down there. Talking about this young man Peterson last night, 25 home runs in the minor leagues this season. And a high hopper, time for Alfredo. Nice work by Simon, an 8-pitch inning.
Ball game. We go to the bottom of the 12th inning, all knotted up. A long one tonight. A well-pitched ball game. A left-hander comes in for just the 10th time this year. Lyons is a rookie, just like the starter Shelby Miller, who went 5 2/3 innings of 3-run baseball. Reds have not had a hit since Todd Frazier left off the 6th inning with a base hit in the left field.
And 2 batters later, Zach Cozart walked. That was the last base runner, period. Now, the Reds just last week saw Lyons, you may recall, in a starting role. I mean, they had all kinds of chances to hurt this guy. They wound up getting 4 runs in the 2nd inning, and you may recall it was a big error by the shortstop Descalzo that opened the gate. But Cozart had a 2-run triple. Todd Frazier had a 2-run triple. He gave up 3 hits, 4 runs, only 1 earned in 5 innings of work. Cardinals would, of course, rally to win that game late on the Allen Craig grand slam. Neftali Soto to bat for Corky Miller. Good looking young hitter in the Reds organization, and down a strike. .271 this season in Louisville, 21 doubles, 15 home runs. And Lyons delivers to Soto. 0-2. Lions bypass this time through the Cardinal rotation. They went with Michael Wacha in the game last night.
The Lyons is another pitcher from Texas. I'm not sure what it is the Cardinals have with scouting down in Texas, but they seem to have filled nearly their entire pitching staff with kids from down there.
$18 in a row set down now by Cardinal pitching. 18 in a row.
He just sinks that ball down and away, high arm angle, kind of a stiff arm motion. That may have even been a little slider there, but kind of a stiff arm motion for a former All-State quarterback.
Now Hanahan. Shin-Soo Choo on deck. It's lined up perfectly for Mike Matheny here. Facing a pinch hitter, a right-handed batter. Nothing much you can do about that, but knowing that the Reds had made the double switch with Hanahan, left-handed batter, will be followed by another left-handed hitter in Choo next. Two on Hanahan. Slow roller to the left side. And Descalzo throws him out, 2 away. Chris, curious to know if you find it a bit curious that you begin in a tie game in the bottom of the 12th inning, and we were speculating between innings that Ryan Ludwig for sure is going to lead off this inning, yet you go with the youngster Soto rather than the right-handed batting Ludwig. There's a pitch taken on the inside corner, a strike, or even for that matter, Devin Mesoraco.
Not sure how to explain it.
You're a long ways away. Well, you don't have to worry about it if one of those guys obviously hits one in a seat. You don't have to worry about the 13th inning. But Alfredo Simon, as that one is blooped into shallow center, and it'll fall in, a base hit. Well, nobody throwing in the Cardinal bullpen. This inning belongs to the left-hander Lions, and that ends a string of 19 in a row set down.
Little ball on the end of the bat. You're going to see where it makes contact right there and then breaks the bat right in Chu's hands.
Well, Chu spoils the plans of Mike Matheny by reaching and keeping the inning alive for the right-handed batting Brandon Phillips. He reached 100 RBIs for the first time in his career with a home run back in the 5th inning.
A lot of boos from the crowd there. They don't like the fact that Lyons is going to chase Chu back to first base. I can't imagine the Reds trying to run right here. With 2 outs and Brandon Phillips at the plate, he's already hit a home run tonight. Run yourself out of an inning before your main RBI guy has a chance to win the ball game.
They're obviously concerned about Chu running. Or at least they're trying to take the proverbial air out of the ball with Phillips up there at the plate. Brandon taking a first pitch fastball right down the middle of the plate from Lyons. One and one on Brandon Phillips. Reds looking for a gap shot or a long one from Brandon Phillips to make it 3 in a row over these Cardinals. 1-1 delivery. Way out in front. Boy, Phillips was thinking about a fastball, and that floated in there at 82 miles per hour.
Well, it's by far the best pitch a left-handed pitcher can throw to a right-handed hitter, other than a fastball. Barely got it right off the chalk end. Brandon looking for one down and in right here.
Getting that changeup again, it looks like. Struck him out. A hit, a man left. And to 12, Reds and Cardinals tied at 3. to begin the top of the 13th inning. Still Alfredo Simon on the mound, and you look at the Reds bullpen. LeCure 2/3 was really bailed out. He allowed a hit and a walk. Zach Duke came on to strike out Adams in the 8th inning. Chapman spectacular again. Hoover 2 solid innings. Ran into trouble in his 2nd inning with 1st and 3rd and 2 out, but retired John Jay to win the inning. And Alfredo with a 1-2-3-12. But a tall order as now we swing to the 13th inning.
Well, 5 innings of shutout baseball so far for the Reds bullpen. Alfredo Simon in for the 2nd inning, and it'll be a new catcher, Devin Mesoraco, behind the plate. So the 3rd catcher of the night, in addition to 6 pitchers for Dusty Baker's crew.
It's a rather curious move when you stop back and look at it, and we brought it up at the time, the fact that you pinch hit for Corky Miller with a guy who doesn't have 15 at bats in the major leagues, that being Neftali Soto, when you had available on your bench Devin Mesoraco and Ryan Ludwig. So in essence, you used 2 players with 1 move by batting Soto for Miller, and then you leave Mesoraco in the game to bat in the same position in the batting order. Very curious. I'm sure Dusty will be asked about it later, and I'm sure he has a reason why. Matt Carpenter. On a count of 2-1, Carpenter singled in the 1st, singled and scored in the 4th, doubled and scored in the 6th, walked in the 8th, struck out in the 10th.
So the Reds did get him out once.
They got him out, and that was J.J. Hoover.
So I like the trend anyway.
J.J. Hoover, he threw a pile of fastballs in that at bat, like that one right there from Simon. And 2-2 now on Matt Carpenter. About out of play. Maybe some of you just joining us very, very late. The Reds had a chance to really do major damage to Shelby Miller in the 1st inning. They had runners at 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. They wound up loading the bases with 1 out and did not score. The 2 big outs in the inning, a strikeout by Votto and a pop-up by Heisey. Both of those with a runner at 3rd and fewer than 2 men out. 3-2 on Carpenter. Reds did get 2 runs in the 2nd inning, but the Cardinals would tie it in the 4th on 3 hits and a Votto error. Brandon Phillips homered in the 5th. Beltran an RBI single plating Carpenter in the 6th. And neither team has scored ever since. We are in the 13th inning. Pulled to the right side, and they have retired Carpenter 2 times in a row now. Pirates are now trailing 9-3 with Milwaukee batting in the bottom of the 7th inning. And both of these clubs know with games precious and few, down to the final 20, 22, 23 games. Any night when a team you're chasing more than likely is going to get beat, you better pair that up with a win. 2 outs in the inning on a line drive by Beltran. Boy, he's hit the ball hard tonight.
Even the double play ball he hit in the 1st inning was sharply smacked. That seems like a day and a half ago.
So now Alfredo will face Matt Holliday. 1 of 3 in a game, a sac fly RBI. That came in the 4th inning. His hit came in the 8th, a single to center, and he walked in the 11th. And a tapper to short. Cozart throws in time. Outstanding work by Alfredo Simon. All right, big hitters coming up. American ballpark. But can the Reds go home a winner? They will bat in the bottom of the 13th inning, where they have the meat of their batting order. Votto, Bruce, and Chris Heisey. It should be noted that trio does not have a hit in the game tonight.
I was about to say, there's a lot of offers in this ball game. You're in the 13th inning and there's only 7 hits on the board for your team. And one guy's got 2 of them.
Votto struck out, grounded to second, struck out, bounced to the mound, and flied out to left field his last time up. 1-1. Votto has never gone 0 for 6 in a major league game. And he went around there, it looked like. And that's a call by the umpire, Corey Blazer. Two and two to Joey Votto. Oh, foul.
That was a foul ball, but it looked like the best swing of the night for Votto. He's not had a whole bunch. And he's been swinging bigger and bigger, it seems like, with his body more than with his hands. And when you get into a funk, you end up doing that. Oh, boy.
Third time he struck out tonight.
Locked him up with that one. Just throws a little breaking ball in there, and Votto is not seeing it right now. I'm not telling anybody any brand new news. It's a struggle like we haven't seen Votto get into very often. Every hitter's going to go through it, but you don't expect your superstar for it to be too prolonged.
0-2 to Jay Bruce, who has seen Lyons 4 times in his career. He has 2 hits against him, including a home run.
This kid's making it look pretty easy.
He's falling right in line. Left side for Carpenter, and the Reds are gone in order again. 1 base runner since the 6th inning. 3. For second place in the National League Central Division. But the way the Pirates are going right now, if the Reds win this game, they gain ground on the Cardinals and the Pirates. But of course, that's if they can find a way to outlast the Redbirds here tonight. Matt Adams, left-handed batting first baseman, looks at a strike as Alfredo Simon begins his 3rd inning of work out of the Reds bullpen. He has retired all 6 Cardinals he's faced. Adams will be followed in the inning by Molina and John Jay. Cardinals have posed 2 threats since they last tied the game. That was in the 6th inning on the single by Beltran. In the 8th inning, they put runners at 1st and 3rd against Sam LeCure, and that's when Dusty Baker brought in Zach Duke to face Adams. And Zach struck him out. Then in the 11th inning against Huber, 1st and 3rd, 2 outs. It was John Jay who hit a comebacker to the mound. That started a string of what is now 7 in a row retired by Reds pitching. And this one is in the air to right field, and the Cardinals have taken the lead on a home run by Adams.
And it looked like early in the at-bat that Alfredo Simon pitching very carefully to Adams, making sure that he didn't make a mistake over the middle of the plate. We've seen this young man enough to know that he's got tons of power. And he got one what looked like hanging right there for him. Sweet spot all the way.
Of course, the only reason Adams is in the game is because of the injury going all the way back to the 4th inning, suffered by Alan Craig. Molina ground out to Cozart. So Adams plugged into that 4 hole after Craig left. Did not deliver in the 8th inning, but comes up big here in the 14th. And now the batter, John Jay. The Reds will have Frazier, Cozart, and Mesoraco in the bottom of the inning. Edward Mujica, the Cardinal closer, beginning to throw in their bullpen. Two-away in the inning. John Jay in 0 for 6 night. If you hadn't heard that already, there's some fan in the stands wearing him out.
Keeping score.
Right. Now Descalzo. Weak fly ball into left field, but damage done in the inning on the home run by Adams. Can the Reds answer? We'll find out in a moment against Mujica. Look at our game summary. The Reds finally broke through after missing a huge chance in the 1st inning. Got a ground out from Chu, a wild pitch allowed Hannigan to score, taking a 2-0 lead in the 4th inning. A sac fly RBI by Matt Holliday But Chu's throw allowed the runner at first to go to second, and that would be costly because Joey Votto on an infield hit by Craig threw the ball laying on his back over the head of Arroyo, allowing the runner to score from second base, and that tied the game. Brandon Phillips gave the Reds a lead with a home run in the fifth, his 100th RBI. But in the sixth, Carpenter had doubled, a single by Beltran. Stayed that way until this top of the 14th inning on a home run by Adams. And now the Reds trying to rally against the St. Louis closer, Edward Mujica. Now they'll use Ludwig to bat for the pitcher, Alfredo Simon. Here in the bottom of the 14th inning. Cozart to follow, and then Devin Mesoraco.
Mujica has always been a reliever throughout his entire 7-year major league career, and he had saved exactly 4 major league games before this year being inserted as a Cardinal closer. He has saved 35 of 37, and he specializes in one pitch, and there it is. It's a splitter, fork ball, whatever you want to call it. He buries that ball pretty deep as far as he can between his middle finger and his index finger. Throws it almost every pitch and just has a sinking action with a fastball look.
This Cardinal bullpen has allowed 1 hit in this game. 1 hit. And that's going all the way back to the 6th inning. At one point, Cardinal pitching had retired 19 in a row before a broken bat single by Chu in the 12th inning. But then Lyons retired the final 4 that he faced. So 23 of the last 24 Reds batters have been set down. 2-2 on Ludwig. Lions 2 innings of 1-hit shutout baseball. Struck out 4, did not walk a batter. And that one into left center field, and you know who's coming again, right? You gotta believe Billy Hamilton will come sprinting out of that dugout for a second straight night, and here he comes. Of course, it was Ludwig who got the base hit that brought on Hamilton for his major league debut in the game last night. That came in the 7th inning. So here we go again. Again, to quote Dusty Baker after the game, he was asked about putting Hamilton in, running against Yadier Molina, and the only thing Dusty Baker had to say was, I didn't put him in there to paint. The great shot we had from Molina after the stolen base, the successful stolen base by Hamilton, where Molina grinned looking out at second, as if to say, okay, round 1 to you. Do we see round 2 right here and right now?
It's going to be a tough assignment stealing off of Edward Mujica. He slide steps nearly every time. He has allowed 1 stolen base all year long. In fact, they've only attempted 1 stolen base.
Are they asking Cozart here? The Reds have 1 hit, now a second hit over the last 7 innings of this game. And Cozart has been their best hitter over the last month. Is it a surprise to you they would consider bunting Cozart?
Well, that's just the respect I think that Edward Mujica has for having a quick move to home. stolen base last night after several throwovers. Seth Matus on the mound, and Billy Hamilton simply outruns the play. High throw to second base, and you got to figure that behind the plate, Yadier Molina's thinking, you know what, if I throw that ball on the money, I've got it. Will he keep the bunt on? Yep.
Did he offer the pitch? No. Well, do you keep it on now on a 2-1 count? If you bunt Cozart here, that means you're leaning on Mesoraco or Jack Hanahan to get you a base hit that would tie the game. Two and one. They want to see if Cozart was going to perhaps show his hand, which he did not either way.
You know, the other option here is a run and hit, where you give Billy Hamilton the green light to go, or you make him go, and Cozart swings.
He's going. Swing and a miss. Throw in the dirt, and Hamilton has done it again.
And they're going to say that Zach Cozart leaned over the plate and was interfering with Yadier Molina on the throw to second. He immediately turned around. Molina did. Talked to home plate umpire Tim Timmons, who's having nothing to say about it.
Well, you saw Molina as if an attempt to reach out at the very end and make contact, because that's what the umpire's looking for.
Right.
And he made contact with him when he made the throw. Watch the thing at the end here. Little push out, a reach out. Umpire saying, I'm not buying it. Bouncer up the middle, and it's into center field. Hamilton will score the tying run.
Mike Matheny's got to be thinking, are you kidding me? For the second game in a row, the Reds try to put a sacrifice bunt down. They can't get the bunt down. So they put on a different play. Even a botched hit and run ends up in a stolen base. And a guy that was supposed to put the bunt down in the first place ends up driving in the run. It happened last night with Todd Frazier. And for the second night in a row, Billy Hamilton gets on base as a pinch runner, steals second, and comes around to score a very important run.
And now they ask Mesoraco to put down a bunt. And the force out at second base. Well, that is one thing we have learned about the Reds. They have a lot of guys having a hard time bunting. But Billy Hamilton, boy, the life he has injected into this team. I mean, when the entire world knows that you're coming into a game to do one thing and one thing only against the best defensive catcher in the game today, undeniably. And 2 days in a row, he knows you're going, they know you're going, you know you're going, and you steal the base. Now Jack Hanahan. Strike one. Well, Hamilton to steal, the base hit by Cozart to tie the game at 4 here in the bottom of the 14th. And this is a double play ball here. And that's all for the Reds. So they're able to tie it up as Hamilton steals a base, scores on the hit by Cozart. We're off to the 15th inning in Cincinnati. In the top of the 14th inning. They get a single by Ryan Ludwig. Pinch hitting for a second straight night to begin the inning. Billy Hamilton comes in to run for him, steals second base. Cozart has a base hit to tie the game. And again, there will be questions asked after the game is over, and everybody's different on how you look at this kind of thing, as Logan Ondrusek will take over on the mound. But Dusty Baker will be asked after the game. Devin Mesoraco does not have a sacrifice bunt the entire year. And they asked him to put down a bunt, which he unsuccessfully did, meaning the lead runner was thrown out at second base, knowing that Jack Hanahan was hitting behind Mesoraco. And Hanahan bounces into the double play, and you move on to the 15th inning. Well, that's why managers make the big bucks, to make those kinds of decisions, and you make them and live with them. Colton Wong looks at a strike from Logan Ondrusek here in the top of the 15th inning.
Not going to throw out Wong. Boy, after about 6 or 7 innings of really nothing going on offensively, all of a sudden we've had a home run, a run scored by the Reds on a stolen base, a bouncer up the middle. Now they've got the leadoff runner on, the Cardinals do, and a kid with some speed.
Pete Kozma, a guy who has been asked to bunt plenty of times. He will, I assume, be asked to bunt here, and there's a strike. Didn't look like his heart was in it on the first pitch.
Yeah, didn't look like he's worried about getting down the next pitch. Some guys will jab at the first pitch because they're worried about getting down in the strike count. And then they foul the second one off. They're really worried.
Kozma bunts it all the way back to the screen, foul. I mean, this is a guy who has a ton of sacrifices in his career up through the minor leagues. Got 24 of them, but none this year. He's lost his playing time.
If you have 24 sacrifice bunts in the minor leagues, you're a really good fielder.
0-2 on Kozma. And he gets a bunt down with 2 strikes.
Pretty good bunter.
Well, he takes care of business.
Well, that's one of those plays, though, when I get ahead of a pitcher or a batter who wants a bunt, and you're 0-2, don't you have to try to expand the strike zone a little bit? Logan Ondrusek's got a nasty splitter. Why not try to get a strikeout right there instead of throwing the ball right down the middle and letting the guy lay a bunt down?
So now it's Matt Carpenter. Colton Wong very, very fast at second base with 1 out here in the top of the 15th inning. Wong, his first hit of a night in his 6th at bat of a night, leading off this Cardinal 15th inning. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Drusik a look back at the runner and the 0-1. We talked about Speedy Wong. He's dancing around out there at second base. I mean, I think the entire world would be shocked if that young man took off for third base with their best hitter at the plate in a tie game into 15.
Well, why not make it easy on the hitter to drive the run in by getting 90 feet away? That's why Kozar's got to keep him close. He's the man charged with trying to keep Wong snug to that second base bag.
Hooked foul on a breaking ball down and in.
And Jose Oquendo, the third base coach, is now signaling over to Colton Wong, saying, come on, get a bigger lead right there. Guy's been around a long time.
Sure has. Was a pretty dependable player back in his day.
No matter where you played him.
Yep. Top of the ninth inning, the Pirates are batting in Milwaukee, trailing big. It's a 9-3 Brewers lead. That's a swing and a miss by Carpenter. Mesoraco, oh boy. Low throw up that first base line, and Votto able to get it. And they're 2 away here in the Cardinal 15th inning. How about the tail on that fastball?
Well, you're not kidding about that. I mean, we've never seen Matt Carpenter take a swing like that, I think, all year long.
One more out to go, and a big one. It's Carlos Beltran. 4-4 game here in the top half of the 15th inning. Division rivals with a game in the standings on the line here tonight. Not only a game in the standings against one another, but the winner gains a game more than likely against the Pirates tonight. Pulled foul, and it's a ball and a strike on Carlos Beltran. Beltran seemingly has hit everything with the exception of his pop-up to the shortstop in the 11th inning. Right on the screws. The rocket one hopper into a double play, a single to center, an RBI single to left center, a line out to Bruce, and a line out to second base in the 13th inning. Drusik ahead, and 1 ball and 2 strikes. Struck him out. And on Drusick marches back into the dugout. Runner at second and one out. Fans Carpenter and Beltran. The Reds have the top of the order coming up in the 15th inning. Pair in the fourth. Brandon Phillips a home run in the fifth. Carlos Beltran an RBI single to plate Carpenter to tie the game in the sixth inning. Stayed that way until the Cardinal 14th. Matt Adams homered off Alfredo Simon leading off the inning. But in the bottom of the 14th inning, Ryan Ludwig came off the bench with a pinch hit single. Billy Hamilton for a second night ran for him, and for a second night stole a base. And for a second night scored on a base hit, this one by Zach Cozart. And after Logan Ondrusek works off the hook with a runner at second base in the top of the 15th inning, we get a look at another hard throwing young right-hander, Carlos Martinez. And a little dribbler that is foul off the bat of Shin-Soo Choo. It is now a final in Milwaukee, where the Pirates, who started an hour after this game, have lost to the Brewers 9-3. So both teams, based on those standings, you see, have gained a half game. If the Reds win, they go to 2.5 back, and the Cardinals would be 2 back. Hugging the line at third is Carpenter. And it's a strike to Choo to get ahead 0-2. The big bats in the Reds lineup have been very, very quiet tonight. And they're hoping that will change in this bottom of the 15th inning. Martinez starting to dance around on the mound like he just had strike 3.
Well, he certainly looked like that, and I think that he thought that caught the outside corner.
One and 2 on Shin-Soo Choo, and that breaking ball way outside to even the count. Choo has one hit that came in the 12th inning on a broken bat single. He knocked in a run with a ground out in the second inning. He's also drawn a walk.
Be a pretty good pitch against Dead Red.
And a base hit into left field by Choo to begin the bottom of the inning. Well, a decision now again for the Reds manager as he has to decide your leading run producer on the season. And a guy who, like Mesoraco and who, like Frazier last night, is rarely, if ever, asked to put down a bunt. I think everybody would be stunned if Brandon Phillips is asked to bunt right here. Well, we'll find out. He does bunt, and the tag is made by Adams for the first out of the inning. And you don't know if he was asked to do that or whether he did it on his own.
We've seen a couple of times with Brandon Phillips who will lay down a bunt and find out later that it is on his own. Now, either way, it's worked out where you've gotten the go-ahead run and winning run into scoring position.
That message didn't come from the pitching coach. That came from the skipper, Mike Matheny. And that was a very short conversation. And he was the only one doing the talking.
Well, I can tell you one thing. With the base open and the winning run at second base, I don't care if Joey Votto's 0 for 6 or not. I'm Mike Matheny. I'm making it perfectly clear you do not let this guy beat us. Came right after him at 99.
Votto with a chance to win it here in the bottom of the 15th inning if they give him a pitch to hit. They did on the first pitch. And that fastball is outside at 99. Votto with 2 hits in a series, a solo home run in the opener, had a single in the game yesterday. And now the 1-1 delivery with a winning run at second base. Another fastball outside. It's 3 in a row. One of them caught the outside corner. The other 2 have missed. Came right after him. 4 consecutive fastballs, 2 of them strikes, and a bounce out to the second baseman for the second out of the inning. Now no one would be surprised if they just put Bruce on, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Joey Votto 0 for 7 in the game for the first time in his major league career. He had never been 0 for 6 in a game. It will be interesting to find out later on multiple topics whether Brandon Phillips was up there bunting on his own, because The one or two times it happened in the past, if I recall, Chris, and you tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think Dusty Baker was all that happy about it.
You're right.
And if he did indeed bunt on his own, I'm sure Baker's not happy about it now. If Baker asked him to put down a sacrifice bunt, then obviously that's a decision made by the manager. So now it's up to Heisey trying to win it. And there's a first pitch fastball on the inside corner of strike. Chew the winning run at third base. Got to be alive over there as well. This Martinez throws hard. Anything in the dirt. Pitch down low. Heisey has been in there the entire game. Oh, and now here comes a runner at the plate. And on a night where the Reds have had chances early, they've had situations to execute some small ball. Inning over. For the 16th inning we go. Chris, tough to tell up here. Did you think this was a suicide squeeze?
No,
attempt?
I didn't, because if it had been a suicide squeeze, first of all, you don't do it with 2 outs.
Well, that's what I thought, but all of a sudden you see the runner breaking.
So, the runner's only breaking because he sees Chris Heisey square around the bunt. Heisey bunts at a bad pitch. And we've seen Heisey do this before, but maybe he just thought he couldn't hit Carlos Martinez. I just can't figure it out. And I'm sure that Dusty Baker's in the dugout scratching his head about the entire inning. If he's got any of his head left that hadn't already been scratched tonight.
Holiday leads things off against Andrusik. Logan allowed an infield hit. Cardinals put down a sacrifice bunt, but then he struck out Carpenter and Beltran. to end the top of the 15th inning. And here we are in the 16th. Holiday to be followed by Adams and Molina. And gone swinging is Holiday, 1 out. Third strikeout for Logan Andrusik.
Big overhand breaking ball right there. Andrusik's got a curveball and a harder one. That's a more of a slider type. Tell you what, you got a bunch of guys. Either they've got the radar gun turned up tonight, or you've got a bunch of guys throwing real hard. I mean, the 7th guy out of the Cardinal bullpen is throwing nearly 100 miles an hour. Oops.
That one blasted into right center field, and Adams has done it again.
Holy moly.
Adams homered, leading off the 14th inning, and he homers with 1 out here in the 16th inning.
Well, you see where Mesoraco is set up, and you see where the pitch is. The guy's already shown the Reds that he likes to drop that bat head on that down and inside wheelhouse.
Swinging a foul ball back out of play by Yadier Molina. Well, the Reds will have to try and do what they did in the bottom of the 14th inning in the last of the 16th inning. And that's try and rally to come back. I think I'm still like you are, Chris. I think I am still in a state of shock that Chris Heisey was trying to bunt with a winning run at third base in the bottom of the 15th inning with 2 outs. I just can't believe it.
No.
I cannot believe it. And I know there are a lot of people that are going to argue about the Brandon Phillips thing. That's going to be a very debated topic. About asking the guy in your lineup who's knocked in 100 runs whether he made the decision on his own to bunt or whether he was asked to bunt. That one bobbled by Cozart and still gets the out of Molina. There are 2 away in the inning. I mean, Joey Votto on a normal year, or at least those in the past of his career where, you know, he is a run producer night in and night out. I think everybody could understand that. But this year so far, it's just not been that way. And it's not saying that it can't get going at the perfect time. That one is bunted up the third base line, foul. But unfortunately in that 15th inning it just didn't play out that way.
Well, you can debate the Brandon Phillips bunt all you want because there's pretty good arguments on both sides. Whether he's your best run producer or not, in that situation, if you need to get that runner into second base, give the next 2 guys a shot to drive him in, you can make an argument for that. But
and there are a lot of people that would say about he bounces into a lot of double plays,
yeah,
Brandon Phillips and that kind of thing.
More than anybody else on this ball club. But the bunt attempt by Heisey looked like it caught everybody by surprise, including the runner at third.
Well, Heisey's got a chance to bat again. He'll be leading off the inning, a pinch hitter, and then Cozart. Reds down a run. come back again. They fell behind on a Matt Adams home run in the 14th inning. Tied the game. Adams homers in the top of this 16th. And now Heisey swinging the bat and fouls it out of play, down a strike. Carlos Martinez.
Well, here's how the 15th ended right here. The missed bunt attempt on a bad pitch by Chris Heisey. He's going to come back. He doesn't realize that Chu gets picked off third base. Chu, I think, was just trying to be heads up on that. That he was probably surprised that Heisey was going to lay one down. But if he did lay one down, he wanted to score on it. So I can't blame Chu at all for what happened there, of him essentially getting caught stealing. I think is probably the way they're going to have to book that one.
Cesar Torres stands in the on-deck circle. Cozart due up third. One out in the Reds' 16th inning. Rather than as Torres, it's going to be Henry Rodriguez. Good looking hitter in the Reds organization, switch hitter. Problem for him has been trying to find a position for him to play to get his bat in the lineup and give him a chance to play in the big leagues. They think that he can hit big league pitching. Well, where do you play him on defense? Swinging a foul ball out of play. He's played second, he's played third, back to second base again. This one popped up into left field and Holiday waits on it. 2 outs here in the 16th inning. Broken bat pop up, and this is all she wrote. Boy, a tough one to lose here tonight. Early on, you had so many chances, especially in that first inning. And then multiple attempts at small ball, which the Reds just could not get done. A critical error helped lead to a run. And on a night when they had a chance to make up ground on both the Cardinals and the Brewers, they lose ground to St. Louis and fail to gain ground on the Pirates. Our Miller moment, make it plural. Matt Adams did not start this game, and were it not for an injury to Alan Craig, who knows if he'd ever play besides being a pinch hitter. But he clubbed a home run in the 14th inning. Reds would tie it. Hit another home run in the 16th inning that proved to be the game winner. Martinez a winner. Andrusik the loser. Reds Live coming up next right here on Fox Sports Ohio.